I have 6 o'clock. I just want to make sure that we're good with the video. If you give me a thumbs up, perfect. Okay. It's 6 o'clock. I'd like to call the August 20th, 2024 Village Board meeting to order. Trustee Herron, will you lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Tracy, roll call, please.
President Conan?
Here.
Trustee Michael?
Here.
Trustee Lindy?
Here.
Trustee Herron?
Here.
Trustee Bonnie?
Here.
Trustee Shomas?
Here.
Thank you. We have a quorum this evening. First of all, good evening, everyone. Today is a regular scheduled board meeting, and we have several items of business to address before we get to the item number 11, which is on the agenda, and is the annexation agreement for Sugar Grove LLC, the property located at I-88 in Illinois 47. During that public hearing, you'll have 3 minutes to make your comments to the board. If you have any documentation that you would like to submit for board review, please leave it on, we put it in a box. We have a box that'll be near the podium. If you have documentation, you can leave it in that box, and staff will share that with the trustees. As always, we ask you to be respectful of each other, our staff, and our board. So first up this evening, item 4, under public hearing, we have an annexation agreement amendment for Hannaford Farm, Lot 79. Danny, can you introduce that before I open that hearing?
Yes, so this is the annexation agreement amendment for Lot 79 in Hannaford Farms. We do this with every lot once the phyloid fee is paid. So we have to go through the process to amend the annexation agreement to release them of any responsibilities moving forward.
Okay, thank you. This is a public hearing. I'd like to open the public hearing for the annexation agreement amendment for Hannaford Farm, Lot 79. If you would like to make a public comment, you have 3 minutes, and please come to the podium, specifically for the Hannaford Farm, Lot 79. Going once, going twice. 3 times we will close the public hearing. Under appointments and presentations, we don't have anything this evening. Airport report, Tony.
We did have a meeting for the Aurora Airport. This is the Aurora Municipal Airport Advisory Board. They did hold a pre-con for the paving of their parking lot. It's due to start middle of September, so you will see some construction over there for the paving of the parking lot. Also, they are working on a contract for the southeast quad perimeter roadway that's on the airport property. They are doing some airfield maintenance as well. All of these projects do have additional paperwork that they are working on to get finalized so everything can proceed. And the solar panels, the project is moving forward. They're also working on paperwork with that project. And they're also working on paperwork for the project for the additional hangar that they're going to build out there as well. So FAA, the airport, it does take extra paperwork with IDOT, et cetera, to get these projects moving.
Wonderful. Thank you. Any board members have any questions for Tony?
I have a question for the solar field. Did the FAA approve the use, or is that still in the works?
It's still in the works.
Okay, thank you, Tony. Up next, we have public comments on action items that are scheduled for action this evening. First, under consent agenda, we have A, approval of the minutes of the July 16th, 2024 Village Board meeting. B, approval of the vouchers. C, approval of the treasurer's report. D, a resolution authorizing an expenditure for IML conference attendance. E, a resolution approving sidewalk replacement program with Wilson & Sons. F, a resolution approving pavement marking program, preform traffic control systems, LTD. G, an ordinance amending Village Code Title III, Chapter 7, Tobacco Products, Illinois Vaping Law. Also, under general business this evening, we have item A, an ordinance approving an annexation agreement amendment for Hannaford Farm, Lot 79. Item B, a resolution approving a copier lease. Item C, a resolution approving the purchase of additional body-worn cameras. Item D, ratification of a resolution approving an IGA with ILEAS for the DNC Mobile Field Force Team. Those are all the items that we have on the agenda that are action items. So if you would like to speak to one of those items in particular, we'd ask that you come to the podium, and you have 3 minutes for public comment. Would anyone like to speak to our consent agenda, which is up, or our general business this evening? Going once, going twice, 3 times, we will close that public comment. Anyone would like to remove an item from consent agenda?
Madam President, may we remove item D, please?
Yes. Any other items requested to be removed? Hearing none, can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda items A through G as previously stated with the exception of D?
As stated.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a first out of trustee Shomas, a second out of trustee Herron. Roll call, please, Tracy.
Trustee Shomas?
Aye.
Trustee Herron?
Aye.
Trustee Michaels?
Aye.
Trustee White?
Aye.
Trustee Lindy?
Aye.
Trustee Bonnie?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries. Item D, the resolution authorizing an expenditure for IML conference attendance. Trustee White?
I am going to abstain from this since it's my attendance.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions?
Yes. I have a comment. I don't think we should be spending the full amount of $1,551.50 for this. I think the registration fee of $325 is fine, perhaps maybe a train ticket or travel expense, but the hotel is $929. I feel that enough people in Sugar Grove commute every day to downtown, because I believe the location is in Chicago, that we should not, the village should not need to pay for a hotel when you could commute yourself down there.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments regarding that discussion? Hearing none, I will ask for a motion to approve item D, the resolution authorizing an expenditure for the IML conference attendance.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a first out of trustee Herron, a second out of trustee Bonnie. Roll call, please, Tracy.
Trustee Herron?
Aye.
Trustee Bonnie?
Aye.
Trustee Michaels?
Aye.
Trustee Lindy?
Nay.
Trustee Shomas?
Aye.
Item passes, and we have one abstain. So item passes, what was that, 4-1? Thank you. Up next, under general business, item A, an ordinance approving annexation agreement amendment for Hannaford Farms, Lot 79. Danny?
So this is the next step for Lot 79 for their phyloid fee being paid. We need to approve the ordinance to release these residents of any future obligations for fee, since they have paid their fee in lieu of development. And so we have prepared the ordinance for you guys to approve.
Okay, and this is next step in this process. We've seen this before. Is there any discussion or questions out of the board? Hearing none, can I get a motion to approve item A, the ordinance as previously stated?
So moved. Second.
I have a first out of trustee Herron, a second out of trustee Shomas. Roll call, please, Tracy.
Trustee Herron?
Aye.
Trustee Shomas?
Aye.
Trustee Michaels?
Aye.
Trustee White?
Aye.
Trustee Lindy?
Aye.
Trustee Bonnie?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 6-0. Up next, we have item B, a resolution approving a copier lease. This has got both names on it, Matt or Tracy.
Yes.
Thank you.
So currently, we have a lease with Konica Minolta for our printer copier that's at Village Hall, but also the 3 that are at Public Works, 2 at Police. We had an RFP go out as that lease for the 3 at the Public Works and 2 at Police Department are expiring in September. We had 7 respondents to the RFP for the copiers. We evaluated those based on multiple items as far as lease costs, cost per prints, actual equipment proposed, getting recommendations from our IT consultant based on equipment that they've seen that produces the best and is the sturdiest for us. So based on those, there were 3 proposals from vendors that proposed machinery that was acceptable to our IT department and consultants. That's Gordon Flesch, Impact, and Konica. Based on those 3 and the cost for these new 4, so the RFP was requested to purchase out the current lease that we have at Village Hall to make them all one lease. And as you can see, the current lease, we're paying .0039 on black and white, and that's for the 3 at Public Works and PD. But we're paying .007 for the Village Hall one. So it's almost double as cost per page for printing. So it is the benefit for us to have them buy that out. And based on that, Konica did come back with the best proposal for 4 new machines. And they're actually honoring the same price that we got in 2019 for cost per prints. So based on that, it's about a $2,000 a year increase over what we're currently doing on our estimated average prints. So this is up for discussion and approval with the board to move forward with Konica.
Thank you, Matt. Just as a note under the cost section of your board report, waiting on an addendum for the rate lock.
So we got a rate lock on the service rates because in the previous Village Hall one, it was able to go up 15% for service rates and 5% for the actual, or 10% for the actual cost of the equipment. We got the service rates locked in for 60 months, and also they gave us the addendum that it would only be adjusted if state taxes based on where the equipment is located change, but no cost to the actual base rental.
Okay,
So we did receive that actually this morning.
perfect. Thank you. Questions for staff? I want to just, the features, I know that you provided the entire packet, but if you can just highlight some of the features that these, copiers have that we don't currently have, would be helpful for the board to understand that we are saving in labor, really?
Yeah, right now we don't have the ability for stapling, 3-hole punching, folding. All those things are done manually right now. These machines are an upgrade for those, and we will able to do those all through the machine now, rather than manually having all that completed.
Thank you. Okay. Any questions? Okay, hearing none, can I get a motion to approve item B as previously stated, subject to attorney review?
So moved.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a first out of trustee White, a second out of trustee Shomas. Roll call, please, Tracy.
Trustee White?
Aye.
Trustee Shomas?
Aye.
Trustee Michaels? Aye. Trustee Lundy,
Aye.
Trustee Herron?
Aye.
Trustee Bonnie?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 6-0. Up next, item C, the resolution approving the purchase of additional body-worn cameras. Chief.
Thank you. Just as a reminder, back in November of 2022, the village board approved an agreement with Axon Enterprises for our first round of body-worn cameras. Just so everyone is a little bit of a backdrop, the Illinois State Legislature passed a law, the Safety Act, which requires all law enforcement officers to be equipped with body cams. We were well in advance of that, the deadline that was set. It's coming up January 1st of 2025. So every officer that's out on the street or in the office needs to be wearing a body-worn camera. So we deployed back in January of 23 and had a successful run. However, we've noticed during the budget process that we were going to be short having body cameras and be compliant with the January deadline that's upcoming. And we are looking to purchase 7 additional body-worn cameras. Some of them are going to be placed on the shelf as spares, as well as we utilize part-time officers. So those numbers fluctuate versus our full-time officers, and each and every one of them have to have a body cam, as well as the peripheral equipment that goes along with it, storage and licensing. So knowing this, Finance Director Anastasia saw another grant opportunity for the Village of Sugar Grove. He applied for it. and the village was awarded $14,000 if the village board approves if they approve the additional 7 body-worn cameras tonight. So it's here for discussion as well as for approval.
Thank you, Chief. Any questions for Chief or Matt? You see it's an increase in our annual budget over the next couple of years. It's an increase of $1,500, Matt, if I'm gathering this correctly, and over the next 2 years, it'll go up $7,300 to $7,200. Correct, but we'll budget for those in that current year, but right now it is over budget, an unbudgeted item of $1,500 this year. But much needed to be in compliance and to make sure that if there is ever an incident in the village, that everyone, whether they're part-time or full-time, has a body-worn camera through this agency. Any questions? Okay, hearing none. Can I get a motion to approve item C, the resolution as previously stated?
As stated.
Thank you.
Second.
I have a first out of trustee Shomas, second out of trustee Herron. Roll call, please, Tracy.
Trustee Shomas?
Aye.
Trustee Herron?
Aye.
Trustee White? Trustee Lundy. Trustee Bonnie?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 6-0. Up next, we have the item D, the ratification resolution approving the IGA with the ILEAS for the DNC Mobile Field Force Team. Chief.
Thank you. So as everyone is most likely aware, the DNC is down in the city of Chicago right now. The Sugar Grove Police Department participates with ILEAS. It's Illinois Law Enforcement Alarm System. It's a mutual aid response. Anything that might happen here in Sugar Grove, we can utilize the resources that are available through the statewide agreement that's in place, as well as we have a member that trains probably about 7 months of the year on a mobile field force. That officer is assigned to the mobile field force, and the city of Chicago, as well as ILEAS, had put a request in for all agencies to help out with their event, and they late last week they sent us an intergovernmental agreement that needed to be signed before the officer deployed to Chicago. That officer deployed on Friday, so we're looking for ratification of the agreement for having the officer down at the DNC. The officer's funds for his time and incidentals are all covered through an agreement and will be billed and reimbursed back to the village.
Thank you, Chief. Any questions? Okay. Hearing none, can I get a motion to approve item D as previously stated?
As stated.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a first out of trustee Shomas, a second out of trustee Bonnie. Roll call, please.
Trustee Shomas?
Aye.
Trustee Bonnie?
Aye.
Trustee Michaels?
Aye.
Trustee White?
Aye.
Trustee Lundy.
Aye.
Trustee Herron?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 6-0. Up next, discussion items. First one is item A, architectural services for police department improvements with Corrigan and Clark. Scott.
Thank you. Previously, the village board hired Williams Architects for a needs assessment and concept plan to remodel the police station. After the final presentation of the needs assessment and concept plan to the village board did not reach a conclusion from the recommended concept plans. Staff was not comfortable recommending any of the concept plans that were presented. None fit the budget parameters and needs for the village. So Corrigan Clark was one of the firms that the village initially interviewed before hiring an architecture firm. Staff is recommending the village board discuss hiring a Corrigan Clark to examine the existing facilities and provide a more in-depth concept plans. And Corrigan Clark will present those concept plans to the board to help us approve a budget and a future plan. Brian Cronwitter is here from Corrigan Clark and happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Scott. Any questions?
Brian, has Corrigan Clark designed police departments in the past?
Yes, we have. The most recent one was the city of Yorkville's new police headquarters and city hall.
The remodel?
Yes.
Yeah. Any others?
Yeah, Aurora Police Headquarters, working on a new station in East St. Louis, worked at Schaumburg Police Station, University of Illinois Springfield Police Station, That's all that come off the top of my mind right now, so.
Any additional questions?
I have a question more for Scott, probably. Why are we not going back to Williams Architects and having them tweak it and change it? Instead, you're starting again with a new architecture firm?
So the concept, or the needs assessment that we got was very usable. Felt that we had several meetings about the concepts, and then the concepts that were brought forward and the budget itself didn't meet we didn't get to a conclusion on one that we thought Chief and I were comfortable recommending. And again, we were looking for a more in-depth plan that could meet the budget needs. After several meetings, we thought another set of eyes might bring a better concept to help bring forward to the board to move forward with the project.
So you went back to Williams after the board meeting and you had more revisions that they did, or no?
We have not gone back to them, but we had several meetings ahead of the board meeting that involved several revisions in presentation, of the presentation before it was presented.
I guess maybe because I know this industry a little bit. Usually you get the feedback and then you change it. You know, it gives them a chance to change it and they say, oh, okay, we need to drop the budget. That happens all the time. No offense to Cording & Clark, they're an awesome architecture firm. But it seems like we're asking to spend more money to start kind of from scratch in a sense. Why not go back to Williams and say, hey, give us something with this feedback. Drop the budget. That happens all the time. I work on an architecture firm that we do hospitals. You know, the budget's over, by $2 million, we got to cut it. They don't go to another architecture firm and say, well, it's, we're $2 million over budget. No, you have to give them a chance, I think, to get it down to the budget you want. I worry that it's an additional expense that we might not have if you talk to Williams Architects. Is it going to cost $20,000 for them to come up with something?
No, we haven't talked about price for extending it, but that is certainly an option as well. If the consensus from the board was to go back and continue working down that road, staff would be more than happy to try that next.
I mean, they got feedback from us, and then the next step normally is they take that feedback and they make a better plan. And they cut from the budget if they need to. That's just where I'm at. And like I said, Cording & Clark, awesome architecture firm. No offense. I just think it's a little quick to drop one without letting them, modify per the feedback. They gave us multiple plans. When I've done my own architecture firm, I give them 5 different plans and I say, hey, show me what you like about each one. My job is to make it into one. And that's a common way of doing things sometimes, and it seems like they gave us multiple plans and we said, oh, we like this on this one, this on this one, but we didn't give them a chance to come back with a consolidated plan with all those things in it and dropping the budget. They might come back and say there's no way. I don't know, but if we haven't talked to them, I think it's premature.
Yeah.
Yes, you may.
So I know exactly where you're coming from on that. And I respect Williams. They've done a lot of work for the village already. However, when we were in that meeting and we asked them, because they gave us, I think, 4 or 5 different concepts. And they said, if you want to go down in price, this is what you'd have to look at. Mm-hmm. And I think we did ask them, can you tweak it this way? Can you tweak it that way? And they were saying, no, we can't give you that under that budget amount.
Right.
And so I think we've kind of done that. At least we did it, I thought, in the board meeting, I thought we did.
I think the other two, I just want to add the 2 cents to this. I think the other part, as they presented those plans and had budgetary numbers with them, the columns, the math didn't work. And so they were presenting things, and I know I was only in one meeting with the firm. Scott and Chief really handled it from a staff perspective. But when you're asking for a $4 million project, and the $4.2 million project has certain things, the Sally Port and evidence room and different things that were part of it, but then the dollar at $4 million, and then they had à la carte stuff, and the à la carte items was more than the 4.2. It was like 4.5. It's like, well, the 4.2 included those things, but now if I do the $4 million, which looks like a number, I'm trying to get into that $4 million, and then they're à la carte to get you to 4.2. It seemed like they were trying to get you to a number, to increase that number, and I don't want to speak for you because you worked through it the most, but it just seemed like they lost the ability in our trust to deliver. And I don't know that we wanted to say that, but I think that's kind of where we're at.
Okay, well, understand, I was not in those processes.
Right.
So I am still cautious and not giving them a chance because I was not involved in those discussions.
Right.
To say, hey, no, we don't need that, we don't need that, we need the basic, and then you move from there.
I guess I'm going to go to Brian for a minute and just ask a question. You know what we did with Williams. You have the space needs analysis. If you can give us an idea of what this $20,000 really entails from your perspective, taking the information that we paid for, because I know when we went through this and we had the two architectural firms to begin with, your quote was higher, and I don't know if we were comparing an apple and an apple, to be honest with you. We went with Williams, and now we're back here at this place saying, okay, we've already spent some money toward architectural process, and where are we going with this additional expense?
Yeah, thank you. I'll try to add some context to that. It's a great question. Fact is, the investment you made on with the Williams Group was really beneficial to allow us to get a head start and really be able to look at the information from that process, the various different components of that. But end of the day, I think there's probably a good reason to look at it with a fresh set of eyes, to look at some other ways to solve the challenges that the chief is facing in that building. And we believe we can still meet the goals and the objectives of the village to get you the most building for what that budget will allow. So the fact is, I think we were a fair amount more than that when we originally proposed on it, because we were planning on providing a little more information in our original proposal. So the reality is, you're going to get an extension of what was already gathered, and then a fresh set of eyes to look at different options that will get you to the objectives that you're handling. Hopefully that answers your question, but you'll get renderings, and we believe in a manner that I think is more sympathetic to what this type of architecture belongs in the village.
Brian, when you say renderings, are we going to see exterior elevations? Are we going to see a 3D
three-dimensional, realistic visualizations of what the building will look like,
Okay, which we did not see in the first pass. It was just a space needs analysis and what we could do with a certain dollar amount.
Yes.
And hopefully keeping the police department here for future years to come is really the idea.
Correct.
I thought we left it with Williams that they're going to go back and relook at the pricing because they had black walls between the Sally Port and the office, and they realized late in the game that it was a stick frame. So I thought that's where we were going instead of spending $20,000 on a fresh set of eyes. So I'm opposed to this just because of the additional costs that we're putting into this.
Any other comments or discussion? Scott, I don't know if you want to.
Yeah, I think we're going to be spending money either way, whether it's with Corrigan and Clark or the other company. I think we made it clear with them already, in my opinion, when we discussed it with them, what we wanted in our top of line of what we were willing to spend. We were clear with them on it, and they kept coming back to us with things that did not fit the parameters we wanted. So, I mean, I guess we're wasting more time and we're spending more money one way or another, whether it's with a company that's already has somewhat proven that they're unable to accomplish the task that we've asked them to. And how long has it been since the beginning of this journey with that architect? Scott? When did we start with that, with them?
It's got to be at least 8 months, Chief. Do you remember when we kicked off? It's been quite a while.
I do not, but I think you're about right. A little over, probably close to a year.
So, I mean, I think if they've had a year to work on something and come to us with a viable object for us to look at, we'd be in a different situation than we are now. So, I mean, just like any other time you hire a contractor at your house and they're starting to work on business, starting to work on something and it's looking bad to begin with, I wouldn't continue going down the same path with them. So I would like to try to switch and get the ball continually rolling here with Chief and his staff to get this accomplished as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Matt, can you tell me what we budgeted for this phase?
Right now, in the current budget, we have 100,000 for architectural services, because at that time when we were budgeting, we didn't have any proposals at the time of budgeting of last year. So. that's
So
what we-
did Williams' contract fall under last year's?
Yeah, so they were actually in the previous year.
Oh, sorry, so for this fiscal year, we budgeted 100,000?
We still do, because we anticipated moving forward with a plan to have additional architectural.
Okay.
But at the time, we didn't know what that cost was.
Okay.
Do we know if we have access to the CAD documents that were prepared by Williams, or do they retain that?
I'd have to look into that and get you an answer. I'd have to look at the contract and find that out specifically. I don't know.
Okay, because if we don't, then Corrigan and Clark have to redraw it if we don't have the permission to use those.
I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, Heidi, this is your realm. I think the information that came out of that we paid for with Williams really was the space needs analysis. How many officers do we anticipate having? What are their jobs going to entail? And what kind of space do they need? And what we did pay for was the ability to know that and take that information then to Corrigan and Clark and use it to produce a document that the village board can support. That's within our budget. And I mean, the meetings I was in, it was trying to sell a brand new police department. Well, we gave you a budget. This is what we can afford to do. Can we afford to accomplish the goals of the village and the police department with that budget? And we just weren't even close. It just wasn't even close. So Brian knows what the task is. He knows it's not going to be easy. I think there were things in there that weren't even addressed. HVAC wasn't addressed. Windows weren't addressed. Exterior elevations really weren't addressed. I know that one of the trustees, I can't speak to which one, wanted to see some exterior elevations changed for the amount of money that we were spending. I don't know if somebody wants to pick that up, but I remember that coming out of a discussion that you wanted to see the front elevation change a little bit. None of that was put into the plan. It was really just the Sally Port and the ability to have the evidence storage, and then the patrol area was important. That was really left off to get us where we needed to be from a budget perspective. And I'm not saying Corrigan and Clark is going to be able to work a miracle. It's just the idea that, so Brian, I'm not trying to set you up for failure. Just the idea that we went round and round. In the one meeting I sat in, and I know Chief and Scott did too, and they're a reputable firm. It seemed like it was just a bad fit. We could not get between them and then their contractor something that we could bring back or that we felt comfortable with. And even the math wasn't right. So it didn't accomplish the needs. I think that we met with Brian. We really did address the residential HVAC system that is in that building, and some of the things that have to be addressed were just left off. So you're buying into a number to create a shell of a building but not address the guts. And I think that was part of our problem too.
To Heidi's last question, though, Trustee Lindy, forgive me. It's best practice in most consulting routes that any engineering collateral that's created, the verbiage is something along this line, that's created in the endeavor is the intellectual property of the contracting us organization. So if it's not included, any CAD drawings, any software, any of that that's created toward any consulting activity needs to be owned by the village when the project is said and done. So I think that's something that we need to be pushing for going forward with probably any of our contracts, so that it's not a question and needs to be assumed, please. So regardless of whether or not this vote is moving forward, I believe, in my own experiences in that industry, it's highly common that as a contractor, I understand anything that I'm working on, I'm generating a CAD drawing or whatever, it goes back to the customer when I'm done. That's their IP. I've signed the NDA. That way, I can't be accused of using that elsewhere.
I think, I'm not so concerned about the CAD stuff, because I think what we're asking them to do is take a whole different look at it. We don't want them to just copy what the last guy did. I think if we're going to have a second set of eyes look at it.
That's fine.
Yeah.
But the drawings should be in our possession if any were created with it, and it shouldn't be a question.
Well, I think ultimately, if they do construction design drawings, we certainly have that, but I think the concept initially the concept, at least in my experience, when I was working with a building company, the architect retained ownership of those plans.
Yes.
Maybe it's slightly different in different industries.
Yeah.
It's, my comment on the CAD is because if we currently do not have CAD drawings of the existing building, and we did not get those from this contract, which I suspect we do not have, then that is work that will be redone. They will be duplicated. It's not that big of a building, but you do have to do the site survey, go out and measure all the walls, all the doors, and someone has to put it into CAD or Revit. So that would be duplicated most likely, unless we somehow do have permission for that. Ash, Corden, and Clark, is that something that you typically do, is you release the CAD or Revit files to the owner? Because I know that's a sticky area.
I would say almost every contract that we
Okay.
negotiate with our clients, the owner retains the rights to the CAD and Revit
Okay.
files.
Are there any additional questions? You're good. I'm just going to ask that staff work on this some more and answer Heidi's question and bring it back at our next agenda under general business. And we'll let the board decide. Thank you, Brian, for coming. Up next, we have the item B, the text amendment for solar, the alternative installer certificate for plan review. Danny.
Okay, so the village has proposed a text amendment for our solar regulations in our zoning code. The text amendment is proposing to add an ICC certification as an alternative certification for solar installers. Currently, our code requires that all plan steps have a NABCEP PV installation badge on the plans. We've received a lot of pushback from residents and solar companies when they're submitting their plans and we're telling them that they have to have this on them. A number of companies are able to provide it. There are some that do not provide it, whether they can or cannot, they refuse to. So this is holding up several permits that we have right now. So we are proposing to add the ICC certification as an alternative. The Plan Commission held the required public hearing on July 17th to discuss this. The commissioners did have concerns over approving it and ultimately did not recommend approval for this text amendment. Their concerns had to do with protecting the residents, and they felt that removing this NABCEP PV installation certification was removing a level of protection that we have for our residents with solar installers. So the Plan Commission did vote to not recommend the approval. So we are looking for you guys to discuss and give staff feedback on whether or not we should prepare an ordinance for approval.
Thank you, Danny. Our agenda is a little interesting this evening, so instead of waiting for public comment number 2, item 14 on this discussion item, I would ask if anyone is in the audience that came specifically to address this text amendment on the solar. If you're interested in making a public comment on the solar item in particular, we will entertain your public comment now before we discuss this. It might aid in our discussion. So if you're interested in making a public comment and would like to come to the podium, Danny, can you get the clock? I know you're not ready for it, but the timer, just for our, okay. Thank you. You have the floor.
Good evening. My name is Mike Rayburn. Last time I spoke in front of the village board, you voted 5-1 to overturn the ban on solar panels on the front-facing plane of the house. Today, I'm here to ask you to approve the text amendment that adds the ICC GG certification, the most common solar installer certification in the state, to the list of acceptable certifications for installing solar in Sugar Grove. Currently, village code requires solar installation plan to be stamped by an installer that holds a NABCEP PV certification, which residents believe is an unreasonable barrier for both residents and solar installers alike for numerous reasons. NABCEP is an online certification in general installation practices that is largely geared towards those individuals or companies who are looking to enter the solar installation market. This certification is largely irrelevant for established companies. Further, installers themselves are not educated, licensed, or insured in system design, unlike the electrical, mechanical, or structural engineers in the solar industry. This text amendment was brought forth by the village staff following discussions with a solar expert and other village staffs in the area. On July 17th, the Planning Commission decided to vote against this 4-3 and cited protecting residents as its main reason. Protecting residents is obviously important in many facets, but I believe it is not a valid reason in this case. Using this reason would seem to suggest two things. One, that some Planning Commission members do not trust residents to conduct their own research into solar installation companies, their past work, the certifications they hold, and make an informed decision. And two, holding an ICC certification holds less weight than that of a private online course, even though it's a state-issued and requires annual recertification. Like every industry and profession, the solar community includes bad actors, but I'll be clear. Holding a NABCEP certification does not make a solar installer or company quality, and the discussion notes from the meeting make it seem like the Planning Commission holds a NABCEP in an unnecessarily high regard. In your reasoning for overturning the front-facing solar ban, several of you cited the need for a village code not to impede a resident being able to make their own financial, economic decision. Requiring solar installation companies to hold one of these certifications, ICC, DG, or NABCEP, is reasonable. Requiring NABCEP alone is not. After much back and forth, the village board came to a compromise with myself and fellow residents on the front-facing solar. I'm asking you to do the same on September 3rd.
Thank you. Just state your name for the record.
Hi, good evening, Christine Peterson. I wasn't planning to talk on this topic tonight, but I went through installing solar panels last year with the village and thought I could offer some insight. We went with the largest solar power installer in the state, Certasun. They're actually a national provider, and they do not have anyone on staff with this additional certification. And I appreciate the board members who helped me get my solar panels installed with them having the ICC certification. That is the certification the state requires the installers to have. That's the certification our neighboring communities like Geneva, Batavia, and Naperville require their installers to have. This additional certification is newer into the market, it's my understanding. It requires additional steps, and it's not the industry standard. So I would encourage you to approve the ICC, because that will help my neighbors who are interested in solar proceed forward, and it is a very reputable credential. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments on the solar certification? Hearing none, board discussion. Any questions for staff or comments out of the board?
I'm fine with the change.
Okay, thank you.
Danny, have you looked up the ICC certification program?
Yeah, so we used to just require an ICC certification before the board decided to add the NABCEP PV installation badge. The main concern that the Plan Commission had with the ICC certification is that a company just has to prove that they've done 5 installations to get the ICC certification without proving the quality or how those installations were. but that's just one way. There's other ways that they can apply for it too. And I know Scott reached out to a solar expert that said that the ICC was a reputable certification as an alternative, and that would be a way to offer something else besides requiring the NABCEP badge.
So what is basically what's the difference between the two requirements? To get the ICC, you just have to prove that you've installed 5 solar installations. What is required for the NABCEP?
I'm not exactly sure on the exact process for the NABCEP. I know it's a more stringent process to have that badge. But the details of it, I cannot tell you right now. I could look it up and let you guys know. Look into it further.
We're not voting on this tonight.
No, we're not. It's just discussion whether they're bringing it back how.
I would recommend you come up with a couple of bullets on a delta. I'm having a really hard time undermining the vote of the Planning Commission, though I greatly appreciate the comments that were shared. I would almost, yeah, that's just without going down a big road of speculation there. The Planning Commission's in place for a reason. They've made a recommendation, and as the board, I think it just creates a conflict ultimately there. But I would want to know what the differences in the certifications are, whether it's just 3 to 5 bullets on what contractors have to go through to reach both of them, what the delta is. When was the added certification put in place? You said it was added by the board some time ago.
About 16 months ago, I think it was. It's fairly recent.
I feel like it was a
So we may have created
2019.
this problem.
Well,
Oh, was it?
I
feel
know,
like it
I
might-
think it was even later than 2019.
Okay.
It was the last time that the time before this last time that we brought it back for panels to be on the roofs facing streets. And it was added during that round of revisions. And I want to say it might have been 2023 sometime, 22, 23.
And I feel like I had a discussion with Christine, the resident, and she can probably tell us what year she installed her panels. And she was running into this problem with this certification as a hurdle when she was trying to do her home. So she could probably correct the record, but I feel like it's been prior to 2023, or maybe it took that long for her to get her panels installed. I would just make a comment to the board that we are concerned with residential safety and that they're having their panels installed by somebody who's certified. The plans still are engineered plans. Is that correct, Danny?
Yes.
They're still providing engineered plans?
Yes.
I think there was an installer that said that they do have the ICC certification, but there is also someone on staff that has the NABCEP. If you can provide a little bit more information on this, I always want to say, yes, we don't have to be like everyone else, but we don't want to be at a competitive disadvantage in our community for our residents that they are afforded in neighboring towns. So, and unless anybody disagrees with that, I think that we have to have staff investigate a little bit further, but for the benefit of our residents that are interested in this. And I know, Danny, I think I might have been just copied on it. There was an installer that was making comments today that this is a challenge for them, and that is an undue hurdle that we've placed. And yes, go ahead, Scott.
It appears to be the May 2nd, 2023 meeting when the NABCEP badge was required, installation was at least required as part of an exhibit to an ordinance update.
What is it, just the plans for permit have to have the badge on it?
Right.
Correct.
Anybody else, any other installer can still install them, right?
Yeah, it's just they have to have that NABCEP PV installation badge on their plans. And the reason behind that we went forward with that before was because the way it was explained to us is that ensured that the plans were designed properly. So then as long as they're designed properly, anybody that can follow the plans can install them properly.
That's a big assumption.
Okay. A little more information, but if you can bring this back, and just bring it back under general business if the board isn't prepared. They're not prepared next week, but I think on September 3rd, there'll be more information provided and at least an opportunity to vote if they so choose. Okay, that ends our discussion items. Up next is item 11, the public hearing for the annexation agreement of Sugar Grove LLC, property at Illinois 47 and I-88 corridor. I'd like to open the public hearing at this time. I do not have a list. I'm sure the listing, oh, we do have a list. Okay, so Scott will go through the, if you've signed up for public comment, you'll have 3 minutes, and he will call you up probably in order of 5 and have 5 people line up at a time. Again, as a reminder, if you have any documents that you would like to share with the trustees, you can put them there in the box that's by the podium.
All right, so if you have numbers 1 through 5, Judy Childress, Kim T., Larry Jones, Casey Moore, and Laura Turpin. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name.
My name is Judy Childress. The annexation agreement is a very one-sided document that clearly delineates a lack of trust from Crown to Village of Sugar Grove. As per general knowledge, including discussion in 2019 Crown-related hearings, the norm for zoning when a property is annexed to Village of Sugar Grove is to set the zoning as the most restrictive, E-1 estate zoning. After annexation, the owner can request different zoning. Crown is coming to the table not just requesting annexation and, quote, trusting the process, as we have been told to do so many times, to work with the Village of Sugar Grove to build a great development. They are coming with the demand of the least restrictive zoning, PDD, which allows them to choose what is built in each zone, and asking for variations on significant portions of the zoning regulations, such as 30% green space rather than 40%. These demands are included in the annexation agreement and require Village of Sugar Grove to approve the TIF and PDD zoning if they approve the annexation. Crown expects the Village of Sugar Grove to trust their reports on soil quality for building based on more than 20-year-old soil samples. They state their reports are more accurate than the Kane DuPage water and soil reports, yet Crown won't provide the reports for public view. So the experts who could verify the results have access to them. Why would anyone trust their reports when they don't trust the process to work within the guidelines of annexation and zoning? Yet Crown has put in the annexation agreement very specific terms on TIF and zoning to assure that they get the zoning and TIF most beneficial for their needs. What will make them the most profit? This is not about them benefiting the community, it's about their profitability. This is a very one-sided, to say the least. They want Village of Sugar Grove to trust them to build a great community, but won't trust Village of Sugar Grove to work with them on zoning for this development. This reminds me of a certain movie associated with Christmas, where a man driven by greed wants to build a development that gives him the most profit and does not care about the residents of the community. The movie shows how dedicated community members get involved and find a better way and build a wonderful development that families can be proud of. It's a Wonderful Life shows us how important it is for people to be involved in the community. The turnout at every single hearing related to this development has had hundreds of people come and speak to the detrimental effects this development will have on Sugar Grove and surrounding communities. We have the community wanting better than warehouses, developer zonings, and large TIF that Crown is bullying Village of Sugar Grove to attain. Our community is very involved. As the turnouts for these meetings has shown, we all want better. Don't let the Grove develop into Pottersville. Or maybe we should call it Crown Town for local identity. Leave Sugar Grove and the surrounding communities to be the Bedford Falls that it is, and one that the community members support and are willing to fight for. Say no to the annexation with developer-driven TIF and zoning language and requirements that it includes. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry, can you just state your name for the record?
Kim T., area residents serving on a state board, namely hospitalization board, that I just came.
The public's having a hard time hearing you. If you could speak closer to the microphone, please.
Many hospitals in the area are short of pediatric beds. There is a great need of pediatric hospital in this area instead of warehouses. By the board annexation for the parcel that currently there are corns and soybeans on the north end of the I-88. Those are the big commodities for state of Illinois that exported over $3.5 billion in 2022. Those are the big revenue for the state. One of the reasons that I oppose for that annexation that turned into warehouses and the truck stop is I came from Burr Ridge and moved to this area. My backyard full of warehouses that one of the warehouses happened to be stereogenic, leaking ethylene oxide that killed a few people. Unfortunately, Willowbrook police officer died from stomach cancer because of the ethylene oxide. My neighbor died from lymphoma. Whole bunch of breast cancer survivor class action lawsuit against that stereogenic and a big award. So I would encourage the Board of Trustees make a right decision for the area residents that no warehouses, no TIF, no annexation. Keep it status quo for the north end of the I-88. Crown Community Development make a very nice presentation last time on the south end of the I-88. Now replace the north end with something else like pediatric hospitals. So please vote no, no TIF, no warehouses, and no annexation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Larry Jones?
Larry Jones, Sugar Grove. I speak tonight as a village resident, and I'm proud to be so. I stand to endorse Crown Development Company. This family business has a proven record of success, honor, integrity, and living up to their commitments. If this plan is approved, we will be very fortunate to be able to work with such a company. This debate is part of the process in making the right decision. However, we have seen many misstatements, misrepresentation, lies, slanderous attacks, and public comments that do not represent facts, but beliefs. Beliefs that deny fact and create a false narrative. The beliefs is that the end justifies the means. Some of the information consists of solid foundational facts. Some is unreliable information based on faith without substance, believing their opinion is the only right decision to be made. These opinions very much belong in this debate. You must scrutinize their value against the facts. The fears that are expressed are very real. I express no opinion about this plan. I do endorse the process and the procedure that put you in office. I endorse you as our representatives to make the best decision for our larger community and the village. I trust 6 of you to approach this with all consideration required without political influence. You have the integrity, honesty, and community commitment to do so. I have total confidence and support for you.
Thank you, Larry. I'm going to ask the public this. Everybody has the right to their opinion, and when you come, just keep your comments to yourself. Let everybody get through their public comment, whether they're for or they're against the project. Thank you. Up next is Casey. Yes.
Yeah, I'm Casey Moore. Hello, everybody. I'm a Sugar Grove resident. I found out this meeting today from my friend Patty, and I said I should show up.
Into the microphone, sir.
Oh, yeah, I found out about this meeting today. I didn't have a lot of time to prepare. I just wanted to come out and voice opposition to the plan. Anytime we remove prairie land, you know, prairie land is very important to local ecosystems. It just doesn't make sense, you know, we want to create better air quality for our children. Increased traffic to the area does not improve air quality to our children. We got our kids play on these streets. My kid plays on these streets. So, you know, it's just a bad idea. Warehouses are not, you know, 30% green space is not 30% prairie. Grass doesn't bring pollinators. Grass doesn't, you know, it's just a bad idea, in my opinion. I don't know a lot. You know, I'm not like a super smart guy. But in my opinion, this is everything I read about, everything I see about this is just bad news for us in the community, and we have to pay for it. And it is a family-owned business, and if they're so impassioned about this project, they should pay themselves, and we shouldn't have to pay for it. I pay enough in property taxes already, and I just wanted to say that. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
If Dale Myers, Brian Dahl, Carol Green, and Perry Elliott could make their way to the mic, you're up next. Thank you.
And this is Laura, I assume.
Yep, Laura Turpin from Sugar Grove. Any development must offer clear benefits to the community that outweigh the costs. I have looked at the annexation agreement with this in mind. I originally assumed that the development provided some financial benefits to Sugar Grove. However, with the TIF embedded in the annexation agreement, no additional revenue will be generated to the village during this time. In fact, the development could actually result in additional financial burdens and strains on the village and taxpayers. We've heard so much about the town center, the restaurants, retail, and entertainment. This appears to be the biggest potential benefit to Sugar Grove. But let's talk about this one. While a town center has been included in Crown's renderings, the agreement, the annexation agreement, offers no protection to us that a town center will actually be built. It should be a promise. Additionally, why must we accept the warehouses, data centers, and a fueling station in order to get this town center? Can a town center possibly be worth this trade-off? Crown is asking to build warehouses and data centers as high as 65 feet high. According to 2021 statistics, this is nearly double the national average of just over 31 feet for warehouses and 35 feet for data centers. The agreement also allows for the use of eminent domain, meaning a huge cost to their neighbors in Blackberry Township who could lose their homes or property. At a minimum, it seems that Crown should be required to manage this development within the bounds of their 760 acres. I have a question about how the areas were determined. Why are areas 4 and 5 next to the homes in Blackberry Township? Why aren't the warehouses and the fueling stations next to our homes in Sugar Grove? I hate to be cynical, but could this be because Crown is trying to minimize the opposition from Sugar Grove residents? The residential development that Crown is proposing is not aligned with our community. Crown wants to build smaller and more densely populated homes than Sugar Grove ordinances currently allow. I suppose they are trying to cram in as many houses as possible into the area to make as much money as possible. We should send Crown back to the drawing board. Of course, back in July, when speaking about the limited development in Sugar Grove over the years, our president stated that's part of the problem. We nitpick when someone comes in front of us. I am sorry, but we are not nitpicking. I urge you to consider whether you would accept a warehouse or a fueling station near your own home. Our community deserves better. Let's demand a reasonable and moderate development approach that truly benefits Sugar Grove rather than one that might diminish our quality of life. Thank you.
Thank you. Dale Myers.
I'm Dale Myers. I'm a 16-year resident of Sugar Grove. I'm sad tonight. I'm sad because most of the people who came before me to this microphone and most of the people that will follow me will try to say something that they think will make a difference. And we know that's not true. The decision to approve Crown development, in my opinion, was made long ago. Nothing said here tonight will change that. The public meeting about TIF with overwhelming opposition, the public meeting about zoning with overwhelming opposition, and this meeting, which will certainly have overwhelming opposition, I believe are for appearances only. About a year and a half ago, I attended the board meeting at Village Hall. At that meeting, a young man asked you, Madam President, if you would consider a referendum on this matter. I don't know if you recall that. So I'm curious, by show of hands, how many of you are residents of the Village of Sugar Grove? And of those, how many support the Crown Development Project? 4, 5? There's your referendum, Madam President. I relinquish the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian Dahl.
Good evening. My name is Brian Dahl. I am a resident of Sugar Grove. I come here tonight to address this board as the president of the Fox Valley Building and Construction Trades Council, as well as a resident of Sugar Grove. Serving as the president of the Fox Valley Building Trades, I represent the affiliated union construction local unions that have jurisdiction in Kane and Kendall County. On behalf of these affiliates, and some are here tonight, I stand in support of Crown Development's proposed project and annexation agreement. My job is to work with developers and public bodies on developments that will put our members and contractors to work. I know for many in the audience, you don't want to hear this from me, but it's my responsibility to continue to pursue opportunities for them, and Crown's proposed development does this. As I stated, I am a resident of Sugar Grove, and I also stand here tonight in support of this development and annexation agreement. The properties adjacent to the interchange north and south are ideal for this type of development and also maintain a balance of housing and commercial development. Sugar Grove is in direct competition with its surrounding neighboring communities to bring development in and to create a bigger tax base for the village. As a Sugar Grove resident, I feel this is important and a need, and that is why I support Crown's proposed development and annexation agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. Carol Green.
Carol Green, I live in Blackberry Township, and I'm ceding my time to Perry.
Okay, we don't do that, ma'am. He doesn't have 6 minutes. He has 3 minutes. If you'd like to speak for 3 minutes, you can.
Oh, you
We
can't?
don't yield time. We don't yield time in a public hearing, but if you would like to speak on whatever he has prepared,
Let me
you
ask
can.
you for some clarification. You've got public comment number 2 after the discussions, but yet you're doing the comment after the annexation agreement? So is there another public comment? That's my question.
Yes, there is.
Okay. can
Item
we-
14, there's an additional public comment.
Okay, so then we can accept time then?
Yes.
All right, that's what I wanted to clarify. Okay, thank you.
You're
Thank you.
Barry, you don't want to talk now? I'm sorry. You're going to let Carol speak now? And then you have an additional time. You have this time under the public hearing, and you have 3 minutes. You also have an additional 3 minutes under the public comment time. Perry.
Yeah, but.
And Carol as well.
All right, can you pass time during the next comment or not?
No.
Okay. Hang on. We'll do a two-parter, I guess.
Let's wait until he gets ready. and we'll-
My name's Perry Elliott from Sugar Grove. I too have met personally with all the trustees. I know they personally have have integrity. They're honest people and they're good people. I do believe that. I just want to remind them of a few things. Number one, it was pretty much clarified in the previous TIF hearing that this is an illegitimate TIF. It really does not meet the intent of the TIF. It's in the statutes, and I can put that in the good old box over here when I'm done. Even in Attorney Orr's words, she said, well, that's not what they intended by the statute. And I believe the rebuttal from Trustee Lendy was, well, then it's up to the legislature to change those rules. Secondly, the problem with this is also the qualifying factor, I believe, is illegitimate. There's no factor, there's no evidence of any real damage or any flooding or downstream flooding or anything. It's just throwing it out there and see if it'll pass through. The other problem is there's no real reliable financial information or substantiated financial information for job benefits to Sugar Grove. Where am I at time-wise? Yeah. And I'll probably have to get into this again later, but according to the impact, the summary of economic impact, all the references to jobs on this are in Kane County and the state of Illinois. The employment for Kane County is 6,390, the state of Illinois is 6,390. Impacts from operations, 4,790 for Kane County, 4,830 for state of Illinois. There's nothing in here that shows any impact on jobs for Sugar Grove, which is also, even in an illegitimate TIF, one of the requirements for a TIF is to create jobs in the community. So they're ignoring this factor. Where else am I? Down here. Okay, the other thing is that there was key headlines was that there's a $90 million in revenue that will be generated for Sugar Grove by this project, with $40 million expected expenditures. The $90 million is totally dependent on sales tax and income tax, and over it says here that over a 20-year period from 23 to 42, the development's expected to generate $90 million in general fund revenues. And 53% or over half are expected after 2035, which should be 2037. There's no, and this relies on the fact that the retail and commercial is going to be developed. And I'll finish up in my next round.
Sorry, Perry, thank you.
It's not going to happen, sorry.
Monica Hubble.
No, we're going to go, I'm sorry, we're going to go back to Carol Green. Okay, yeah, sorry.
Oh, if we could start lining up to go after Carol, Monica Hubble, Patrick Gallagher, Bob Ramondi, Mike Powers, and Dave Pollock.
And Carol, you have the floor.
Carol Green, Blackberry Township. So I don't have prepared remarks. I'm just going to make a couple of general comments. I don't understand why nobody in power is paying attention to the traffic study that Rob Feast did this past March, which proved that the traffic on Route 47 is now close to 2040's projected level. But nobody seems to care about the people that have to get in and out of their subdivisions. How many accidents and how many people need to die? Our subdivision, along with many other entrances, are on blind curves. Try getting in and out of your subdivision on a blind curve. We haven't been able to make a left-hand turn into our subdivision for the last several years. Keep going with more traffic. To put warehouses across the street from a filling station, truck stop, across the street from where people live is the absolute definition of insanity. I'm not saying Crown shouldn't build anything, although I do think if they're so enamored with this project, they ought to pay for it themselves instead of asking for a TIF. You are rolling over the residents of Blackberry Township who are going to bear the brunt of this activity with no voice. It's like I can't believe that we have no voice in this, and our lives, our investments in our houses, all down the tubes, and there's no consideration. Do something that's constructive and creative with this property instead of a filling station and warehouses. It's insane. It's absolutely insane.
Monica?
Hello, I'm Monica Hubble. I've lived in Sugar Grove for 19 years. We loved building our first home and raising our kids here. I've been an active community member with Cornboil, Holiday in the Grove, John Shields PTO, Scouts, and Marching Band at the high school. We love it here. I love it so much that I helped fight the crushing facility, which would have been right next to Harder Middle School. Then the previous Crown project, and here we are again for the second round. I've listened to all the meetings I could not attend and feel fairly informed with what has been going on in Sugar Grove. I don't know what to say that already hasn't been said before. Why are you continuing with this plan when so many people show up in opposition at every meeting? Why aren't you listening to the people that voted you in? This is just not a Blackberry or unincorporated families that are here speaking against Crown's monster plan. These are people that voted for you to represent them. Do what you know. I'm sorry. You know what breaks my heart the most? This is really kind of sad because many of you, I don't know if you know that the Sugar Grove pumpkin farm won't be there anymore. And my 84-year-old mother and I have been going there for the last 20 years. That's not going to be there anymore, right? I don't know how many of you like going there, but I like going there. Please listen to these people that are here today, that went to the Joint Review Board meeting, that went to the zoning meeting, that listened to every meeting. I don't know how many are online listening now. Last month, it was 91 people were listening in. Please listen to them. And I'd like you, Madam President, to remember what you said when you were elected and sworn in on May 4th in 2021. These are your words. People moved here for the tranquility and not the hustle and bustle of retail and trucks. You said, I understand the balance. With Crown's current plan, I don't think you understand the balance, Jen. I really don't.
Pat Gallagher?
I'm going to defer to the second public comment. Thanks.
Thank you. Bob Ramondi?
Bob Ramondi, Elburn. My family and I have lived here 37 years. We built our house here after finding the area after having dinner at Fisherman's Inn back in 1985. A beautiful, peaceful country area with rolling hills, woods, large lots, farm fields, clean air. A great place to raise kids. An area of developments that respected the land without destroying it. An area that you can no longer find. Look at the names of our streets and our subdivision. Nottingham Woods, Willow Creek, Winden Oak, Tall Oak, Red Oak, Oakleaf, Green, Timbercrest, etc. They are the land. We like this area so much, 6 years ago we bought and rehabbed another house on 1.3 acres right on Route 47 as a rental. Would I have done that knowing this is going to happen? No. I am in debt. Many, many people have been here before you and the Planning Commission time and time again with facts, figures, and evidence which is routinely disregarded because we are the common folk that don't know crap or what is good for us when it comes to traffic and warehouses. On the contrary, we have medical professionals, professors, engineers, and along with very dedicated people who have spent thousands of hours of their lives and family time to research, study, and get FOIA documents as proof to how this annexation, TIF, and development will impact our lives and our homes. This is all in the name of Crown's bottom line. As noted in the qualifications for TIF, the but for clause would be, but for Crown, this would never be happening. And we would have happy residents going about their daily lives in a rural environment that we all moved here for. We came here to this area for this existing open green spaces, not 30%, and the low density housing, which will now be destroyed.
Yes, we need growth, but a mutually beneficial plan that does not take away the voices, future health, safety, and home values of the existing residents. You give us only 3 precious minutes without allowing evidence presentations that demonstrate the impact on the future of our lives, and most importantly, our children's lives in this location. But Crown and their entourage have unlimited time and resources to present the rosy picture of their vision of the possible future for Sugar Grove, providing this gets built out in our lifetime, with a total disregard for us existing common folk. You may think that giving us a gift in the future like Sugar Grove water to eliminate our concerns about our wells would keep us happy, but it won't. We like our wells. We don't want the damage and destruction to our roads and yards needed to give us this gift. We have large lots with extensive landscaping and need to be able to water without any restriction and without being billed out our asses for the privilege. We already pay enough in taxes. Before you make a decision agreed to this annexation, TIF, and warehouse, I implore any of you board members to come sit in my driveway on any afternoon to see and hear how bad the traffic currently is without your proposed warehouse development, since I was not allowed to present my video. And let's not forget how many more accidents and fatalities will happen. This blood will be on your hands, but it is good for Sugar Grove. If you vote to go through with this annexation and future development with warehouses and a refueling station, you may just take the keys from my house because it will no longer be worth anything. You all are single-handedly destroying all this country stands for because big business is taking advantage of you and silencing us.
Thank you. Mike Powers.
Good evening, Mike Powers. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I am here because I believe strongly in the potential benefits that annexing this property will bring to the community. I've had the pleasure of seeing how developments like this can transform a community in positive ways. This project is poised to become a cornerstone for economic growth and community enrichment in Sugar Grove. By incorporating this property into the village, Sugar Grove stands to gain not only a vibrant new development, but also the many opportunities that come with it. This will be more than just a construction project. It is an investment in the future of this village. It will bring with it a significant number of well-paying jobs, both during the construction phase and long after, thanks to the businesses and services that will call the Grove home. Using local labor ensures that these jobs will offer fair wages, supporting not just workers, but their families, and by extension, the broader community. Furthermore, the Grove promises to be a magnet for new residents, visitors, and businesses. This influx will drive local commerce and contribute to the village's tax base, enabling further improvements in infrastructure, public services, and community programs. In conclusion, I urge the village to consider the long-term benefits that annexing this property and developing the Grove will bring. This is a chance to enhance the quality of life for everyone in Sugar Grove and to position.
Who paid you to be here?
Can I finish?
So yes.
Good to finish? All right, thanks. This is a chance to enhance the quality of life for everyone in Sugar Grove and to position the village as a forward-thinking, prosperous community. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Yeah. Dave Pollock?
Right before you start, Dave, could we get Don? I'm sorry, I can't read your last name. Looks like it starts with an M. Marie Johnson, John Koya, and Julia Fuse to please come line up. Thank you, Dave.
Are we good?
Yes.
Okay. Well, thank you for this opportunity. As you know, last week we saw and heard from a small portion of residents who are against this plan. This is something that should be taken very seriously. When all of you were running, you all promised to listen to the people and do what's best for the community. Now it's time to prove it. Last week when I spoke to the commission and brought up the gravel pit that was proposed 6 years ago, it was voted down because of the truck traffic and possible water contamination. This was shot down 7-0 with overwhelming support from the community. This proposed project in front of you is much worse and it impacts everybody in the village and townships. What you have before you, no doubt, is an overwhelming project with too many questions. The binder in front of you has hundreds of pages And I have to ask, did you have the time to read it? Every one of you should have at least 20 questions for Crown. Please do your duty and read this packet. When the Affordable Care Act was being discussed, Nancy Pelosi said, "We have to pass it to know what's in it." Don't be Nancy. Please read this before voting on it. Follow the will of the people, and please vote no. I work with government agencies every day, and I know that TIFs impact bodies like schools, fire departments, and libraries. Did you know that if a fire department wanted to buy a new truck, it would cost over $1 million and take 3 years to get? Ambulances, you're not going to get one for under, $500,000, and it's a 2-year wait. We can't serve this new development with limited resources. Just another reason to vote for no for this TIF. But I believe there is hope. In the Meet the Candidates forum a year and a half ago, Matt Bonney said twice he was against TIFs. So it's time to keep your word. My question to you, who's next to say no? Thank you.
Does that look like Don Wood? Oh, I have a Don. Is there a Don? It's okay, Marie. It looks like Don Wood. I don't know if that's, oh my gosh, it's Dan Nagel. It's Dan Nagel, you're 16, I'm sorry. We have to work on your penmanship, sir.
No. Dan Nagel, Sugar Grove Township. I was on the township board for over 40 years. I've seen this town turn very sour on every development. Doesn't matter if it's real estate, doesn't matter if it's what it was. Menards, the water park, et cetera, et cetera. You realize Menards was on a TIF. They went to Plano. They paid the TIF off in less than 20 years. You folks got to start looking at your tax bills. I was supervisor for 8 of those years, and you people come and complain to me, okay? So you look at your tax bill. Now tell me, where in the heck are we going to get any more assessed valuation? Where? Houses that produce school kids. Buildings don't. You guys have to understand where the tax money's going to come from. The people in Marion Woods, all these other towns, 47 was a nice country road then. You people came out. We own farms that were sold to you, subdividers, that build houses on it. So where do you think Crown bought this farm? From farmers that I knew. They've been sitting on it for 20 years. Now tell me, don't he have the right to sell that? Does Crown have the right? You people are taking the property rights of farmers away. You don't even look at it. Because I own my house, you own your house.
Dan, can you address the board? I'm sorry.
Sorry about that. I'm heard enough like I usually do, so that's why I am tired of you people not setting, hey.
Dan.
Excuse me. I'm not tired of the board, I'm tired of the John Q. public doing this from now on. What's the matter?
Dan,
Tell
just
me,
please
ma'am.
address the board, sir. Please address the board.
Anyway, short and sweet, I'm for it. I hope you people on the board understand that the overall generation of tax assessments will help the schools, will help all bodies. Whether they like it or not, that's what happened. Go to Plano if you don't believe it. I'm done.
Thank you. Marie Johnson.
Hi, Marie Johnson, resident of Sugar Grove for 37 years. I just want to say, I also agree that when people own their property, they have a right to develop. That's a given. But I do believe that you need to follow our rules and regulations, follow our ordinances, and not ask for nearly 40 variances, and not disregard everything that's already put in place. I think that's really important. We worked hard to have quality developments built here. And I think everybody sitting in this room that lives in Sugar Grove can appreciate the requirements that were put into the subdivisions that they live in. You know, everybody has a really nice home, you know, whether it's $1 million home in Hannaford or, you know, my home in Dugan Woods. I mean, everybody has a nice home. And I think that's what everybody wants to be able to maintain. And I think with the variances and things that are going forward and the TIF, I think the TIF on a residential parcel, that is, it's so uncalled for. We have never allowed that to happen here. You know, all development has paid its own way with the roads and the water and the sewer and the infrastructure. And if Crown wants to put in a basically residential development with so many variances, they need to foot the bill themselves, because we as taxpayers cannot afford it, you know. And to say that, oh, well, the school district will get a one-time, you know, impact fee of $1,267 a home, and then if there's a school child, they'll get $16,000. Well, that's just a one-time deal. That's not each year property taxes over the course of this development. And a residential TIF of 23 years is a lot of lost revenue to everybody. So I ask you to vote no on the TIF, and I ask you to seriously review this document as was requested by Dave. That's a lot of pages, and I can't even imagine that you've all gone through and have all your questions in place. So I would appreciate that you would slow down this process, give thorough review, and ask serious questions, because Crown's, they're dictating everything in that annexation agreement. So we need the protection from you to take care of us.
Thank you. John Koya.
Good evening. My name is John Koya. I'm a resident of Sugar Grove for about 17 years. First, I'd like to thank the Village Board of Trustees as well as the village leadership for this opportunity to speak this evening. My wife and I have lived in Sugar Grove for about 17 years. For the most part, raised our now adult children here. We love Sugar Grove, its beauty, the friendships we've developed over the years, our church, and the activities we've established here as well. That said, I'm very concerned about the future and welfare of Sugar Grove and the direction it appears to be going. Quite simply, at nearly 90% residential tax base and 10% or so commercial, unlike our neighbors around us who have a healthy balance of 70 to 75% residential and 25 to 30 commercial tax base. This is a serious imbalance that doesn't seem to get addressed other than on the backs of our resident taxpayers. I'm a homeowner. I've seen my taxes double in the last 17 years, and believe me, there's no way that those are ever going to be lowered unless we fundamentally change our approach. No one can deny the cost of running government. Maintaining our infrastructure and protecting our citizens is going up year after year and will continue to do so. Without more commercial involvement, as well as community growth, we're going to face some serious financial issues. Let's face it, other than the small marginal gains, Sugar Grove's commercial and community growth has been anemic for the last 2 decades. Moreover, there's a stigma that has loomed over the village that they're too difficult to do business with. I've spoken to many people over the years that either have said the village too much of a hassle to work with, or it's too risky to plan our business here because the numbers are just too low. And although I recognize this may not be the popular view, obviously, it's my belief that we must break this cycle or deal with the almost certain negative consequences. From diversity to dining options, entertainment, arts, and recreation, Sugar Grove lacks in those areas significantly. Now, I know that we in this room all know better. However, I hear on a regular basis from many folks outside of our community, why would I want to move there? Why would I want to move to Sugar Grove? What can Sugar Grove offer than its proximity to the other outside communities that already have these amenities? This is about the progressive change needed to propel a community towards a future filled with experiences far beyond what can be actualized presently. A place that will attract those that will indeed bring a diversity of ideas and most of all opportunities that will solidify Sugar Grove in being relevant for the next 50 years or more. To our Village Board of Trustees, the ones that we have elected and entrusted to navigate these waters, we look to you to set the wheels in motion. We've placed you all collectively into this role, along with our leadership, to put Sugar Grove back on a path of success. That said, I sincerely ask you to follow the recommendations of the Planning and Zoning Appeals and put forth and approve the proposed annexation, as well as the TIF required to build the infrastructure.
Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Before you start, Julia, could Jaden Chada, Dale Essling, Lisa Essling, and Bonnie, I think, Proctor, line up, please?
Okay. Julia, you have the floor.
Hi, I'm Julia Fuse. I live in Sugar Grove. I'm a registered nurse working in a hospital, a wife and a mother. I'm here voicing my opposition to this annexation, PDD, and TIF. I shared this information with the Planning Commission last week. I believe this development will forever alter the quaint sought-after community of Sugar Grove, changing it to an industrial area that people do not want to live near. The TIF will burden our residents with increased taxes. The development will bring traffic-related air pollution and other unknown hazards to our community, putting our health at risk due to the increased truck traffic and planned permitted use for this land. Stripping the community and village board of the ability to deny certain hazardous industries from being brought to the proposed development through a PDD and permitted use is an unnecessary risk. We can have this land developed without a PDD, without a TIF. They're not required. We are open to development. I am open to development, but I want to see what's coming before it comes. I don't want to give a blanket, you can do whatever you want within these uses to Crown Development, and I don't want to pay for it. They can pay for it. All of us want ourselves and our family and friends to remain healthy without developing new diseases or cancers, or having our current health conditions made worse. This development will threaten our health in those precise ways through the air pollution caused by increased truck traffic, not to mention the potential hazards and additional air pollution that can be created by the industries that are brought in. Research studies have shown that traffic-related air pollution is increased by 20% in the area surrounding warehouses and travels up to 4 miles or more with the wind. Traffic-related air pollution is associated with increased incidence of breast and lung cancers, increased incidence of cerebral palsy, autism, ADHD, and other neurodevelopmental disorders, and babies who are born to women that were pregnant in areas with increased air pollution from traffic. Traffic air pollution significantly impacts disease progression and multiple sclerosis. It is well known that it worsens airway disease and is now being shown to cause childhood asthma. It is well known that it exacerbates cardiovascular disease and is now shown to be associated with vascular disease in adolescents and young adults, which can lead to heart attack and stroke. Air and noise pollution exposure during pregnancy and early childhood is associated with increased depression and psychotic episodes in adolescents and young adults. It is associated with depression during pregnancy. It's associated with needing help and loss of independence in later life. It is shown to increase mortality due to cardiovascular and respiratory causes, even during short-term exposure to increased traffic-related air pollution. The evidence for the information I just provided is found in the peer-reviewed scientific research studies that I emailed to you 2 weeks ago and again this past week. These studies clearly show a direct correlation between traffic-related air pollution and the diseases and health conditions I just discussed. I strongly urge you to consider these research studies and the health hazards this development will bring to our community and not recommend this annexation, development, or TIF occur. Thank you.
Thank you. Jaden Chada.
I'm here to bring attention to several emails that I would guess few, if any, of the current trustees know about or have read. They are dated starting November of 2018, are between Crown and officials of the Village of Sugar Grove. The first email from Brent Eichelberger to Crown states, in part, she, talking about Kathy Orr, shares concerns about eligibility, strongly believes we need a second opinion. He goes on to say that the village will get Tesca, a company that has worked for the village for over 20 years, on board ASAP. Crown responds that before hiring Tesca, they, meaning Crown, Would like a few days to look around for a company who, quote, is a little more aggressive. They go on to state, quote, Tesca does a lot of TIFs, but we haven't found them to be very creative or aggressive. Some of these calls are not black and white, and there can be a range of opinions. This is factually incorrect. The Illinois state statute is absolutely black and white and is not subject to opinion. The second email I'd like to read is dated November 9th, 2018. It's from Crown to Brent Eichelberger of the Village of Sugar Grove. Reads, quote, the reason I don't want to use Tesca is I was told that their principal TIF guy didn't respond to your original RFQ, request for quote, or RFP because he made a determination that none of our property qualified without even studying the facts or trying to reach a bit to creatively qualify the property. Creatively qualify? To most everyone in this room, that would mean lie about the property qualifying. Crown apparently did find a company who was willing to creatively qualify, or in normal people's language, lie about the property meeting the statute for granting a TIF. That being said, the third email is dated April 8th, 2019. It is from Crown again, Brent Eichelberger. It reads, my reason for contacting Kathy, again the TIF attorney, was to see if there is a final version of the SB Friedman report. She had agreed with Dan and me that there were some shortcomings in the draft report, which we commented on in writing, and I thought she was going to have SB Friedman address them. So even when they found a company to lie for them, the first draft of their report still did not qualify the property in accordance with the statutes. They had to have a TIF attorney walk SB Friedman through the report so that when it was done, prime farmland is determined as blighted by a company who vastly exaggerated some, if not all of the data they were willing to put in their, quote, study. The fourth email is dated April 8th, 2019, is from Crown to Kathy Orr, the TIF attorney. This email simply confirms that SB Friedman's first draft had shortcomings that Crown needed to have addressed before applying for a TIF. As for SB Friedman report, where to start? How about page 3, item number 2, no private investment. What a bunch of crap. Friedman is trying to qualify the land because of, quote, no private investment. Crown has owned the land for 20 plus years. If there has been no investment, that's on Crown. Item number 3, the but-for clause. Sugar Grove has emphatically claimed that this area is prime for development because of the interchange. The only reason this area will not develop on their own is because Crown is holding the development hostage, if you will, until they get what they want.
Thank you. Dale?
My name is Dale Essling, and I'm just going to continue where Jaden left off here. I've got a court case here. I'll drop in the box. It's a circuit court and an appellate court case, Castle Properties versus the City of Marion. In this, they talk about the but-for clause. It says the project area would not develop is a requirement that it develop in a manner contemplated by the city's comprehensive plan. What the statute requires is a finding that the area is not subject to growth or development and is not reasonably anticipated that the area will develop. The General Assembly indicated that by the act that any commercial growth or development is the standard, not because it would develop according to the comprehensive plan, which Sugar Grove has changed to match Crown's desires. This area will fail the but-for test simply because, as Sugar Grove President Jen Conan has been saying, this area is prime for development. However, that development does not need to meet the village comprehensive plan in order to qualify as development. And the mere fact that Crown will not develop the area unless they get what they want will nullify the but-for part of the TIF Act. Page 9 of Friedman's report states that SB Friedman made a parcel-by-parcel observation. What parcels? If Crown intends to quickly subdivide this land in an effort to circumvent the requirements of the TIF Act, then a new study needs to be done so that parcel-by-parcel observation can be done again on the new parcels so that someone else could conduct a study using the same parcel information, not information from a study of 2019 or 2018 on parcels that are no longer existent. The SB Friedman report also references EEI as the engineering firm who indicated runoff in a memo. What? No engineering study, just a memo? An engineering study is part of the requirement of the TIF Act. Friedman claims one-factor designation on vacant land. However, by state statute, because the land has been farmed commercially in the last 5 years, it is not classified as vacant. If Crown wants to subdivide the land and subvert the law, something that Tesco wanted no part of, then SB Friedman needs to conduct a new study on the new parcels, and EEI would have to do a new engineering study. Well, they had to do one engineering study as well. Page 15. Here are Friedman's construction numbers. Site preparation costs alone are $110 million, another $220 million for public works improvements. That's over a 70% difference of what the TIF ask is that I understand now. If Friedman is over 70% off in their construction numbers, there's literally no rational reason to believe that anything in this study, especially that it floods, the runoff floods 700 or 75 square miles of watershed. Page 19. Zero construction related activity. Crown owns the land for 20 years. That's why there's no development on it. You guys need to look at what the study is, what the TIF is, and you guys need to vote no on everything.
Thank you. Lisa? I'm sorry, let's just call up a couple other names before you start.
Before you start, sorry, Lisa.
Okay.
Bonnie Proctor, Laura Proctor, and Eric Schodel were the last names we had on the list.
Okay, you have the floor.
Hello, my name is Lisa Essling. As a community member who not only lives right at the epicenter of this proposed Crown Sugar Grove LLC project, who is a longtime 31-year resident and who is concerned with the effect of detrimental growth in the area, I'd like to share my thinking on the lack of long-term thought of this project. Sugar Grove has many times expressed the desire to be a destination community instead of the drive-through community it currently is. There are many, many acres of undeveloped lands within the current village boundaries. These vast, empty, or underutilized lands break the village up into islands of subdivisions, making Sugar Grove non-walkable and spread out. There is also no central town center. Annexing the Crown Sugar Grove LLC's 760 acres spreads the town out even more and works against the goal of a destination community. Placing a, quote, town center nowhere near the center of town, miles from the library and the current small businesses around 47 and Galena is also detrimental to the goal of a destination town. If built as proposed, you have effectively built a community within the village that leaves out the majority of residents who will see the inconvenience of the location of the new amenities as a deal breaker. Crown proposed that they will turn over the green space amenities to the village once the build-out is nearly complete. Unless I'm missing something, the village doesn't have the budget to take that over. Crown then said they would turn it over to Kane County Forest Preserve, who has already said they don't have the funds either. So then it will become an HOA, or a private park for HOA members. How does that benefit the village as a whole? Or is it just annex the land so we have a private paradise for the little community over there? The proposed land uses do not fit the character or ability of the land. The amount of money needed to change the land to support industrial warehousing is astronomical. The change in the character will be detrimental, not an asset, to the image of Sugar Grove, further damaging the vision of a destination village. There exists scientific proof that the land cannot sustain what is proposed, but Crown chooses to ignore that in favor of, quote, their own data, which they are unwilling to share, and you all want to vote for this. There's something more going on because reasonable people would not stand by and let the community be destroyed. Not only are most of you letting it happen, you're promoting it and voting for it. Shame on you. Your legacy may just be the worst trustees and president in the history of Sugar Grove. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have a Bonnie Proctor or a Laura Proctor in the room? Okay, thank you. Eric? Okay.
Hi, my name is Eric Schodel. I am a resident of Sugar Grove for about 9 years now. I'm just in disbelief with this process. I've been coming to these meetings since pretty much they started. I'm surprised that the TIF got voted through. I feel like some of the other residents here have said that our voice doesn't matter and that you're going to be voting this through as well without our say. And that's a little bit infuriating. I know that the taxpayers here are already overburdened, and we're expected to pay for this development that's pretty much going to take this valuable land, make more of it because they're going to drain the marshland over there and the prairie, and to be able to build more of this land to make it more valuable for people who really don't need the money. I mean, no offense against them, that's great. And there may be jobs that are created, but I just think this is too big of a chunk to take out of the current taxpayer dollar right now. I mean, it doesn't seem like the right decision to me. And I believe that it's not too late that we could try to put through some kind of a referendum and put this vote back to the people. Personally, I have a master's degree. I have a master's degree in physics. I have a bachelor's degree in engineering. A lot of us are professional, smart people who are politically, in touch with everything that's going on. And you have to trust our decision. And you were voted in this office to represent us. It just doesn't feel like you guys are representing us. It feels to me like you guys think you know better. And then I hear from some of these gentlemen in the room how there's creative planning being done. And some of these things are they're infuriating. I don't understand how this process can be happening how it is. It seems like it's being rushed through. And my opinion is, in opposition of this, that we need to take a step back, put a vote to the people, and let them decide.
Thank you. That concludes the end of our list. So if you would like to speak under public comment, you can come to the podium and state your name for the record. I'm sorry. This is a public hearing. Tim Slayman, are you going to speak under the public hearing comments?
I'd like to speak now.
Yes, sir. I'm going to write you down.
Thank you. My name's Tim Slamans. I'm a 30-year resident of Blackberry Township. My grandmother moved here 50 years ago. My brother built his house 32 years ago. I'm sorry. Tim Slamans, 30-year resident of Blackberry Township. My brother built his house 32 years ago. I built mine 30. We now have 5 additional Slamans households in the area. 5 in the Blackberry Township, 2 in the village. The 5 in the Blackberry Township have no vote, no voice, and we're not even impacted persons because we live 3/4 of a mile from the future warehouses. Someone mentioned earlier, have you looked at your taxes? Well, you are right, I have. Between my family business and our 7 households, we pay over $110,000 a year in taxes. And I've looked at that tax bill and everywhere it goes. And if you think this $350 million TIF is going to lower our taxes, then I have some oceanfront property in Sugar Grove to sell you. It's also why I spent $1,000 on all these T-shirts and handed them out. In case the trustees haven't been able to read it, it's no TIF, taxes are bleeding us dry. And on the back, it's a picture of a fat guy with a crown on his head in the village of Sugar Grove, new village hall, because they're bribing the people that are going to vote on all this by offering them free land to build our village hall. Too bad they're not going to build us for free, the village hall. I believe it is insane that Crown is trying to shove this down our throats and, most importantly, ask us to pay for it. There is a couple things I'm very glad about, though. I'm very glad that Hannaford Farms will not have to look at any houses that have vinyl on them. My only question is, has anyone done a study to make sure that Hannaford Farm residents will not be able to see the 65-foot tall warehouses or the truck stops or the lights? And I really think before you pass this, Hannaford Farm should be given their own special road so that they can get on the tollway easier and not have to deal with the truck traffic like the rest of us peasants.
You can just state your name for the record, please.
My name is Linda Ray Sackett. Okay, guys, I'm speaking from the heart. I'm kind of coming into this kind of on the back side of it. But since I convinced my husband to move out here 22 years ago to peace and a great place to live, okay? So I didn't have to deal with the hustle and bustle, of trucks because that's what I was involved in. I know what they do, Jennifer. You try to fit in my subdivision and try to make a left-hand turn going south on 47 in the morning or the afternoon. You have people trying to turn left when they're not allowed to. I have seen it time and time again that I pulled out on 47, had a semi come up behind me, going 65 miles an hour, lay on his horn when the speed limit is 55. When I asked the cops what to do, just slow down and make sure you go the speed limit, we'll catch them. Crown, you don't have to deal with semis on a regular basis. As I said, I left the industry 30 years ago because I was tired of seeing the direction that they were going in. Remember, we voted you in. We can vote you out. Also, another thing to say is since I've moved here, I've had things crammed down my throat because I live in a subdivision that wasn't apropos to build houses on because it's a marsh area. So think of what you're doing to the people that moved out here for a specific reason. And going to those places for Crown, I live on the south side. I live 1.1 mile from Kendall County. I'm more apt to go to Yorkville than up there. Guys, think of what it's doing. I wouldn't mind houses up there, but I don't want another terminal. I lived with them for so many years, and my family has been involved in the trucking industry for the past 90 years, so I know what I'm talking about.
Thank you. Just state your name for the record.
Hi, good evening. Christine Peterson, Sugar Grove. My husband and I have been residents of Sugar Grove for 7 years. We moved here to this community for cleaner air and the community that you have. We are not opposed to growth. We look forward to mindful growth with the health and wealth of our residents in mind. Since it was brought up in an earlier comment, I wanted to share my experience. When my husband and I first married over 20 years ago, we built a home in Plano in phase 1. The neighboring community to us was slated to be executive homes in a new Plano high school. Shortly after our home was built, about 2 years later, that land was annexed and it was rezoned, and the Menards warehouse and distribution and production plant that you passed on was built next to my house, 1 mile away. I've never had asthma in my life. There were diesel trucks idling day and night, 24 hours, noise and dust from the landscaping bricks and mulch plants. When our first child was born, he developed asthma. Every time he had a physical activity, whether on the swim team or school, he had to use an emergency inhaler. I've previously heard his asthma doctor speak at these hearings about diesel particulates and the effect that they have on the human body. After moving to Sugar Grove, partly due to the air and conditions we lived in our home, his asthma miraculously recovered 6 months later, and he's never had to use an inhaler since. All of our medical ailments were due to the facility that was next to our home. The air quality of Sugar Grove has improved my family's health, and that is part of what we enjoy living here for. We are also opposed to a TIF of this size and magnitude. While not opposed to smaller TIFs as a family, or we fully support any growth that is thoughtful and to the benefit of our surrounding communities and our community partners that are neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, just state your name for the record.
Absolutely, and I'm going to move this slightly closer to me because I'm
Sure.
short. Fabulous. I'm Brittany Hoskins. I am in Blackberry Township. I am one of the impacted parties from the last meeting that we had. I really just wanted to come and kind of share. We've had wonderful, wonderful people sharing about, they've been here 20 years, they've been here 30 years. My husband and I have been here for 3. We moved here mid-pandemic. Kind of long story short, I'm originally from the DC area. My husband and I moved out here, and we had to move my parents in with us. We had to find a house where we could move them from Maryland to here. And we found Sugar Grove, and those who were in the last meeting know that I said, no, I didn't really want to move here. And I'll be honest with y'all. Since coming here, this is such a lovely community. There's been a lot of anger here tonight. There's been a lot of people here going, I don't feel heard, and they're raising their voices, and they're getting upset. But I got to tell you, the things that I love about this community, and I got to go fast because I got 2 minutes. I love how unique the houses are. I'm on Thornapple Tree. If you come down, none of the houses look alike. They're so pretty. People have got huge gardens and crazy flowers going on. I love hearing the frogs. I love the fireflies. I love seeing the stars at night. We are next to those very tall light posts that will be going in. Am I going to be able to see the stars? I heard them talk about, we're going to model, we're going to do berms. We're going to do berms after Sullivan Road. And I went, I don't particularly remember what that looks like. So I drove down there and I went, that berm does 0 to hide that giant box that's behind those tiny trees. It is a beautiful community. Things that would make it more attractive probably are a little bit more walkable. That would be great. A lot of people have spoken towards that this isn't necessarily going to make it walkable. I can't hop on 47. This is going to make it far less walkable. And I want to just make sure, I moved my parents in with us. My dad's a paraplegic. My mom has MS. We moved here so that they could it's shocking how quiet and lovely our little Thornapple Tree Road is. They can go out there. They can be on the road, and my dad in his little wheelchair, my mom in her scooter. Please remember how beautiful, beautiful our community is, and let's lean more towards that. Absolutely, I'm with you. Do I want the union to have buildings to put up? Absolutely. Do we want jobs? Yes. Do I want Sugar Grove to still be the lovely place that I've fallen in love with for the past 3 years? You bet I do. Thank you.
Thank you. Molly?
Molly Reimer. The warehouses will be just beyond my tree line. I'm not sure what's left to say other than I know how this vote is probably going to go, but I still hope I can appeal to your better nature. We've shared data and presented trustees and planning commission with expert testimony. It hasn't done much good so far, so I guess I'll try to speak from my heart. Those of us that have tried to fight this plan have been made to be the bad guys in all of this somehow, which is just wild to me. We're not. No one deserves what we've been facing. Perception is everything, and regardless of if anyone associated with this local government is benefiting in any way from voting this through or not, you need to consider how it looks to people when there seems to be very little benefit, if any, to the community. Those fighting this are expected to give only facts, but there aren't many facts with Crown's proposal. It's all renderings and maybes and bullshit. I've seen the vice president turn on the tears when she was confronted, the village president, I guess, with tough questions, and some have rushed to her defense. She is not a victim in any of this, though. The true victims are the people that trusted her in the first place, the people being forced to fight or flight to save their homes, health, safety, and everything they've worked their entire lives for, all while being criticized for how they've chosen to speak out. How would you behave if the tables were turned and Elburn was planning to annex land all around Hannaford to build warehouses, data centers, and truck stops at your doorstep? You're trying to justify this by saying that Sugar Grove isn't growing and needs the tax base. Is it worth it? Is hurting people, possibly hurting people, and the danger worth it? This has taken a considerable toll on my mental health the past few years fighting this. And I know it's been very hard for the families close to where Grove Park will be. I know what's at stake. I've seen how being exposed to toxins in the workplace and home hurts people you love, and you take clean water and a safe place to live for granted until you don't have it. Have you ever watched someone you love die from cancer or suffer at the hands of a debilitating disease? I have. It's horrific. Imagine the pain of knowing that it was due to toxic exposure from a company that continues to profit to this day. My husband and I grew up in a small town. I've talked about it before. We both lost our dads. My husband's dad was 46 when he died of stomach cancer. My kids don't know him. My dad was in his 60s. He also died of gastrointestinal cancer on the couch right before Christmas. They starved to death in front of us. That could have been prevented if people like you would have said no. So say no. I'm begging you to say no. There are too many red flags and unanswered questions. I want to just end with a quote really quick from a movie. We protect us. We do. Nobody else. Not the companies, not the scientists, not the government, us. Please vote against this annexation and zoning. Help protect us. Put it to a referendum. It's too important.
Carolyn? I'm Carolyn Anderson, 43W725 Old Midlothian in Blackberry Township. I'm 4 houses away from Route 47, and I will have my daughter in the car with school buses passing by with my neighborhood children, going amongst your 36,000 cars and trucks and construction vehicles. Is that a just and right way to handle a situation of growth? This isn't growth, this is cancer. We are asking that you stop and you reflect and you think about this, because you're going all in on a concept that has no basis to it. There's nothing definitive in these plans. You're hoping for a town center and bringing economic figures to the table that are based on a dream. You're signing away in a document for an annexation agreement all of your control over this project. You're putting yourself legally in a very volatile position when you have a annexation agreement that literally says right here that the village is to partner legally with Crown against your own public and due process situations related to the TIF, related to annexation, related to zoning. What is that about? Why would this ever have made it through staff? This should never have made it through staff. You have litigation here that includes condemnation of land. You have an expert in here that includes eminent domain and condemnation. Whose land are you taking? Are you taking our land? Are you taking the surrounding homeowners? Are you going to take parts of our property to pipe in water for an expensive supply that we don't want or need? What are you guys doing? I'm sitting here listening to people who are in chair positions that are landowners in the village who were told that their land won't sell if Crown doesn't go through because the developers will leave. I have heard conflicts of interest and special door deals. This is not the way for growth. What you're doing is you're taking our most valuable land, you're jeopardizing your gem for this. The possibilities of what could go there, or the new people that could come along with something greater and better, who actually do engage with the public, not just lie to the media, or lie in reports made for a TIF that nobody can afford. Hey, please, don't put your names to this. You're holding all of us liable, it's our lives, whether it's our finances. This document should never have made it to this point. Thank you.
Thank you. Just state your name for the record.
Hello, my name is Carrie Scrivener. I just moved out to Blackberry Township in October. I live off of 47 and Smith, and the traffic definitely does affect where I live. I moved out here for the reason to be away from the developments. I moved from a community that just put a subdivision in, and I moved out here to be away from the development. I enjoy living out here. Did I think I was gonna move into this home and have to deal with this traffic? Not at all. And let me tell you, it's not fun. To hear that traffic morning, day, night, the brakes of the trucks coming around that curb are terrible. It It's terrible. The one thing that makes me happy and smile every single day that I am living in that home and that I leave my home is the property that surrounds us, the people in these communities. I go to all the stores, I go to the restaurants, I support my community as much as I can since I've moved in, and it's the people that surround me that make everything a enjoyable place to live. I cannot even understand how looking at this board up here today, that you can even not acknowledge anybody. Are you guys listening? I've been standing up here watching you guys. You look lifeless up there. Some of you you got phones down there, you're writing stuff. This is important. You guys need to pay attention and listen. This is affecting all of us in this community, and I can't even believe that that people said yes when I saw that come through. I was dumbfounded that this even happens. I hope that I heard some people talking, that they all know people in the trucking community, that we can put a path to your house so that you can experience what that is like to live on a property that all you hear is that traffic and commotion. I hope something can come together and we can all rally and you guys can experience the same thing that we do. The thing that makes us happy is not having that development and having the land and the property. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Jim?
Hello, my name's Jim Wilhelm. I've lived in Sugar Grove 39 years, and I think this is a good project for Sugar Grove. I think Sugar Grove should be happy to have Crown partner up with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Hi there, my name's Ashlyn Slamans Ochoa. I wasn't really planning on talking. My little guy really wants to go home. But as I'm sitting here and I've listened to every one of these meetings, I feel compelled to speak because I don't see many people up here from my age demographic raising young families. I myself am one of the 8 Slamans households that now live here. I grew up just a mile away from where you're proposing this. I've grown up in the Canelan system, been in every sports, musical, everything. This was home. And honestly, I'm not gonna lie, I was the teenager that wanted to get out of here. It was too slow. I wanted the city, I wanted the hustle and bustle, and that's what I did. I went to Chicago, lived in LaGrange, I've lived in Bolingbrook, I've lived in Naperville, and here I am. I came back home to raise my family. I never imagined that I would do that, but I've never made a better choice to do so. The thing that makes me sad about all of this is every place that I've lived, there is a pride of community within the Naperville, within the Bolingbrook, within the LaGrange, that I myself never felt being here. And coming back home, I want nothing more than that for our community. I want a small, intimate community. I want development. I want to be able to walk. I love that I can walk to Culver's, but you guys, that's all I can do, is walk to Culver's. I want a small coffee shop. I want places to gather. And there's already land that is ready to be developed right in that walkable area that so many people are talking about. This development does not help us in that way. It doesn't help bring a walkable, home-knit community that I believe that we can have and maintain the land and the beauty that this area has. All that being said, I, over the last 10 to 15 years, have been privileged to work with people from all over the world. I've traveled in 20 plus countries and talked with people all over the world. And the thing that's blown my mind coming back home to this process is it's eerily scary how little it seems that you guys are listening. I've talked to people in other countries where I've heard stories after stories of government that are just making decisions without truly listening to the people, and I thought that we had something different here. I just don't understand why this isn't turned to a vote to the people, because clearly these are some of the most educated, well thought out people. I just don't understand why we don't get to be heard when it's going to impact us significantly. It's going to impact my children. It's going to impact the way this community is going to look. And I want a brighter and more beautiful Sugar Grove that everyone is for, not that everyone's against. We want unity. I am sad to hear all the anger. Let's do something that's going to help us in the future collectively. Thanks.
Thank you. Sheila?
Hi, my name is Sheila Albano. I am from Elburn, not from Sugar Grove. And once again, I feel compelled to come up here and just talk. Hello, Mr. Nagel. In many, many ways. First of all, as an Elburnite, I don't know how you, okay, 4 generations of family that have lived here. So possibly 5 if my daughter stays. And what I know from all of that time is that things that happen that are not good never get forgotten in this community. Generations down. So for instance, I remember when we were all trying to get Sugar Grove to put impact fees in to help Caneland when everyone in the world was moving out here before the big crash. And 9 communities had to do that. They all had the exact same amount in order for the state of Illinois to allow it. Sugar Grove wouldn't do it. They're the only one. Montgomery did it. Everybody would do it but Sugar Grove. Took forever to get that through. I haven't forgotten it, and neither has anybody else. You guys are unfortunately not known in the surrounding communities to be a helpful partner. Caneville hasn't forgotten that they had to incorporate because of you. Big Rock hasn't forgotten they had to go to court because of you. Elburn still won't put a boundary agreement with you. I'm not intending to continue to pay taxes it's great. I'm glad for the people that want development here. But your entire community is telling you they want development. They just don't want this development. And all the surrounding boards in the villages of St. Charles and Geneva, they think you're nuts because you are ceding over all of your control of your entire community to a billion-dollar company who doesn't care and who, frankly, there's plenty of evidence that they do not follow through on all of their promises. You've been given so many documents. I'm not even going to get into all of that, but the point is, why would you put in a TIF that is going to damage all of your taxing things, especially your school, and then allow a project that's going to put the kind of traffic on your roads that is going to endanger every single school child who is driving up and down this road or is on a school bus? Their development, as they said in the zoning, is not putting a stoplight at Harder and 47, one of the most dangerous corners you have. But you're not pushing for that. Your zoning committee didn't even question it. Think this through. Please make sense with what you're doing. Do not give up your control, and don't think that the rest of us around you are going to stand by and not try to find other ways to push this back on you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Melinda Bosinga. I live in Elburn. I've lived here for about 16 years. My husband and I have 4 kids. We are both educators and pretty disgusted with what's going on. I don't know what else to say. I mean, everyone else has spoken so eloquently these past few weeks and the past years. And it's just sickening to me that it's like falling on deaf ears. Frankly, my hope is that all of you listened to the recording of the meetings last week. If so, I'd be shocked and disgusted if anyone could vote yes for any of this. Facts don't lie. And there is more irrefutable scientific evidence showing how this project is a really dumb idea for our area. It's more dumb than Crown has ever shown how it's good. When I mention what's going on to people in nearby towns, they're shocked and disgusted. Is that how you want to be remembered? Is that what you want your legacy to be? What do you want to leave behind? An area that nobody wants to move to, an area that people want to move away from, because that's what people are really talking about. This is not a progressive forward development. You guys can do better. Vote no.
Thank you. Are there any additional public hearing comments? Dr. T, you already spoke, sir. You already spoke. We're still under the public hearing portion, not just...
Not the second part? Okay.
Yes, not the second one. Thank you. Anyone else that would like to speak? for the public hearing.
Good evening. My name is Dave Sackett. I've been here for about 22 years. And I really just have a question. First, a comment. I see a lot of people that don't want this. Why haven't we done a referendum? Do you know in your own hearts, you're so convinced that you've got the answers, you don't need to ask everybody? This is a sizable chunk of our population. People that are willing to come out and spend their evenings. So the question, why haven't you done a referendum? That's a question to the President, Madam President.
Sorry, we don't answer questions.
Not surprised.
Thank you. This is still a public hearing with public comment in the public hearing. If you have a additional if you have a comment, you haven't made one yet, we've got an additional commentator. Just as a reminder to state your name for the record, please.
Hi, my name's Randy Olson. I'm actually a resident of the town of Cortland. I serve on the trustee board. If you're not familiar with Cortland, we are about half the size of Sugar Grove. And what I just wanted to say, serving on the town board is so important for the community, and I take great pride in it. We typically, almost nobody comes to our meetings. So when somebody does come, we sit up and really take notice to their concerns and sit and listen. And I understand about, the unions wanting a job and things like that. That's very important to me. But I also understand when residents come and sit down and talk, then I know it's something really crucial to them. And I really listen and take part. And if in the end of the day, if I'm going to still vote against their wishes, we all make sure that we have a very clear explanation why we did. And otherwise, that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Jara Piper.
She knows my name. All right, so I know that I have to be very careful with what I say because we have village representatives that like to try to remove other officials from their elected positions. And it's a shame that when somebody gives professional documents to trustees that are making monumental decisions for a community, that the representatives before us try to remove that person and then try to take out that district from a consequential portion of protecting your soil and your water. Having then Crown take them out and then threatening that corporation that you mistrust us, and then leaving it to King County, who has literally no soil and water protection at all. So when they excavate all that land, when they find, let's just say, Indian burial, let's say dinosaur bones, they don't have to tell anybody about it. There'll be nobody monitoring that. They're going to fill in those wetlands that give us clean drinking water. And it's just what I remember from Coffee with Conan. I think you told us that there was gonna be one of those inflatable gymnasiums that kids could play sports in. That was part of the grand scheme. Nothing like that happened. So we're gonna have 65-foot tall warehouses that is gonna be like every other corridor off of 88 that sits vacant, or have truck stops that will have to worry about sex trafficking now in our community. What's funny, sir? Or wait, you people that will benefit, like Wilhelm, don't worry, you'll be part of the corn boil. And the rest of you that have been paid to, speak for Crown, the billion-dollar company, this is what is called environmental injustice, because they will remove you from your land, where you cannot make any investment off of it, and they will purchase your land, take it over, qualify it for a ridiculous TIF, and then everything you've worked for, your homesteads, will be worth nothing. They don't care. I want you to care. Would you stop turning around? It's really annoying. Yes, you.
Please speak to the board. Please speak to the board. You can speak to somebody outside, but please speak to the board.
He's antagonizing me.
Dan, can you please turn around? Thank you, sir.
Yes. So please just think about what you're doing, because I tell you, 5 planning commissioners have a wonderful reputation online right now. Please don't add to it. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Joshua Piper. We moved here about 2 years ago after I retired out of the Air Force doing 26 years. So I've been through, in my lifetime, I've been through 6 moves to various parts of the country, overseas, 5 deployments, missed numerous Christmases, holidays with my family. So after I retired, we decided to come back to Illinois, where all our family is. I'm sure some of you wish we hadn't. But we settled on Sugar Grove because we liked the small, quaint town. It was close to our family. It wasn't the hustle and bustle. It wasn't all about industry and traffic. It was just a nice, quiet town. We found a nice, quiet cul-de-sac that we could settle in and raise our children. Had we known that this development was going to happen, we probably would have turned around and found somewhere else, quite frankly. Not only is this affecting the potential environment, the safety with the traffic, you know, your citizens, you're not giving a voice to people like Blackberry Township. You're ignoring people. Look at the overwhelming amount of people that came to oppose this annexation, and it's fallen on deaf ears. If you had one shred of integrity, 1 ounce of empathy, if you respect these people in Sugar Grove and the surrounding communities, you will vote no. Or guess what? Come election time, you will be replaced by someone who will stand by them. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have anyone else that would like to make a comment under the public hearing, annexation public hearing? Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm going to speak now because I need to get to bed to go to work tomorrow. My name is Victor Gensini. I live off of Scott Road, 43W West 545. I'm about 500 feet from the proposed Zone 3 development. I provided a lot of comments last week about the traffic study, the air quality report, and the Kane DuPage soil water study. Right now, the traffic study says Scott Road is a grade of an F. I really would like to know whether or not IDOT is going to approve a light at that intersection. I have no understanding of whether or not that's in the agreement, but every time I take a left out of Scott Road, I have to say a prayer. Numerous animals have been killed, including ducks, dogs, cats, and I pray when I walk to my mailbox with my 3 sons every day that somebody's not going to come barreling 60 miles an hour down Scott Road on Sugar Grove Raceway. The air quality report is disingenuous. I have a PhD in atmospheric science. The Kane DuPage soil report says the land is not suitable for development. At the Zoning Planning Commission hearing, Crown said they have data to support the development. The Planning Commission asked for the data. Crown said they would provide it. I still haven't seen it. The current plan of the Grove, which apparently is coming up here soon, is an absolute joke. You know what? It doesn't matter, though, because PDD zoning doesn't actually enforce any follow-through. It's a blank check. Actually, it's worse than a blank check because you're going to give them a TIF.
Do I have any other public hearing comments? Anyone from the public?
I'm Dorothy Carlson. I live in the Old Midlothian Road in Nottingham Woods. I walk every morning, and as I come to 47, I do not go out on 47, but I smell the oil. I smell the diesel, and it's sickening to have to smell all the time. I know that with the truck base coming, we're going to have extended traffic problems. We have had an excess of traffic accidents at Green Road and at 47. And I don't think that's considered in the plan at all. I feel that the north of I-88 is going to get the brunt of the pollution, the traffic congestion, and the whole works. And I thank you.
Thank you. Any other public hearing comments? Going once? Going twice? 3 times, we will close the public hearing. I'm going to ask for a short break so the board can use the restroom if they'd like, and then we will just take a small recess and then reconvene. as an extended date, which is Thursday this week, for the additional discussion items on the agenda. So we're going to get as far as we can to 11:30. The building shuts down at midnight, so we want to make sure that we and all of you are out of the building for them to close at midnight. So with that being said, we are all back. It is 8:51 for the record. And Tracy, will you just do a roll call, please?
President Conan?
Here.
Trustee Michaels? Here. Trustee White?
Here.
Trustee Lundy.
Here.
Trustee Herron?
Here.
Trustee Bonnie? Trustee Shomas?
Here.
Here.
Thank you. We do still have a quorum. Everyone is present. It is, let me just grab my agenda here, and we are going to be back with the item number 12, a presentation for the Grove Development by Sugar Grove LLC, or Jennifer Cowan.
Thank you. Good evening. I want to first express thanks to the board for your consideration of our project. We are very happy to be here tonight to present to the board the vision for the Grove, which reflects the culmination of years of research and inputs into the plan. So as a brief overview, the Grove is 760 acres located within 3 quadrants of the I-88 Route 47 interchange. Our plan provides for a diversity of uses to meet community needs, such as residential, commercial, retail, industrial, public amenities, open spaces, and trails. Our project would also deliver a number of community benefits. For example, pedestrian-oriented town center, interconnected trail systems, residential homes to serve all stages of life, enhanced diversification of the village's current tax base, job creation with over 4,000 direct jobs created within the project area, and a net positive fiscal impact to the village of $27 million over the next 20 years, which excludes property taxes. We have also offered to donate land for a future village hall. So now I'll talk about the 5 distinct areas that we have in our zoning. Each area includes a very specific use of a list of allowed uses, permitted uses, and restricted uses. And then some of them are special uses which would require another zoning hearing to be able to go forward with those specific uses. So area 1 is 100% residential, all single-family detached, and it consists primarily of 60-foot with 70-foot lots as well. The 70-foot lots are along the south side, and as we move north, the lot sizes are 60 feet in width. Area 2 is also 100% residential. This area consists of single-family attached and single-family detached homes. The single-family attached homes are front and rear load townhomes, as well as paired villas. The single-family detached homes would be constructed on lots no smaller than 45 feet in width, with 40-foot in width lots for active adult product. These are some of the examples of the residential products that we expect in the Grove. The top 3 are all single-family detached products. In the lower left-hand corner is a paired villa, a front-loaded townhome in the center on the bottom, and then an example of an active adult product. Okay, apologies, this is out of order, so I'm going to be moving a little bit out of order here. So the Grove will also deliver over 200 acres of quality green spaces, including 70 acres of preserved tree groves, and 5 miles of interconnected trails that would connect to the existing trail system down in Hannaford Farm. This is what the creek crossing is anticipated to look like. This is the character of the area. This is based on a photograph of the actual crossing location. And the character of the bridge and the scope and scale would be very much like what you're seeing here. And now I'll move on to development area 3. This area is our mixed-use development area, and it's divided into 2 sub-areas, 3A and 3B, with some uses that are allowed in 3B strictly prohibited in 3A. This zone would have commercial retail, townhomes, office, civic space, and it also includes a social district concept to further support activation of the area. We would also provide for decorative lighting and furnishings and enhanced landscaping within this area. Now I want to focus in a little bit more on 3A, which is a subzone in Zone 3. 3A is the pedestrian-oriented town center area. This would have walkable commercial and retail uses, indoor-outdoor dining, with building setbacks sufficient to accommodate outdoor dining. We would also have residential with alley-loaded townhomes on the east side, a village hall site, and public parks and public amenities, such as the village green and the village park, which would provide for an event lawn, a stage, a food truck area, pickleball courts, a playscape with a splash pad, a beer garden, and a farmer's market. And these are some renderings that depict the character and what the town center would look like, including the outdoor seating for the restaurant. These are some of the amenities and a residential concept that we would build around the village green. The stage and community event spaces that you see here are actual amenities that we constructed in our Tin Trails project in Seattle. The stage, though we have not yet designed the stage for the Grove, it would be in keeping with, from a scope and scale and design standpoint, although it would be designed to adhere to the character of the Grove in the Midwest area. This is in the Northwest area, Northwest Pacific area, so this stage is more in keeping with that. But the stage that we would deliver would be of scale and scope of the stage that you see here. These are some of the amenities that we've also delivered in other communities. The pickleball courts and the farmers market we delivered in our Amblebrook project in Gettysburg. The food truck court that you see there is in Seattle in our Black Diamond, our Tin Trails project in Black Diamond, which is in the Seattle MSA. The beer garden is in our Midland project in the Indianapolis market. And the playground and the splash pad are what we constructed in our Mara Ranch project in New Braunfels, Texas. And now I'd like to talk a little bit about Development Area 4. Development Area 4 is our business park area. This would be Grove Park. We anticipate that it will largely consist of data center and distribution uses. The building setbacks along CV Road, we're recommending 75 feet is our ask. That's comparable to the Orchard Road Business Park if you were to drive down Sullivan Road. Our ask also includes office, medical office, and healthcare uses, as well as commercial within Zone 4. Our proposed PDD includes restrictions on total industrial square footage with a cap of 3.5 million square feet, and under that cap, there's an additional cap of 1.5 million square feet on sorting and fulfillment facilities. And these are some examples of what the distribution would look like from a landscaping and architectural standpoint. And then some additional slides showing what a data center would look like, a potential fueling station, which would actually be in Area 5, and a healthcare facility. The landscaping for Grove Park would be enhanced, and we would go above and beyond what we've seen in other business parks in the area. We're showing our entrance monument rendering up in the upper right-hand corner. That would be what the entrance monument would look like with the landscaping. The landscaping character would be very similar to what you're seeing up in the upper right-hand corner. And then the CV Road landscaping exhibits that you see here, this is what CV Road would look and feel like with the design standards that we have asked for in our PDD ordinance and annexation agreement. So in closing, we've presented a thoughtful plan to the board for consideration that we believe meets community needs and would enhance the local economy. We look forward to being able to bring this project forward and partnering with the community and the village for years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Next, we have, under item 13, we have discussion items. The first discussion item is going to be the introduction of the I-80 and Illinois 47 designation, approving, designating, and adopting TIF ordinances. So I'm going to ask Matt Anastasia to discuss those. If the TIF were approved, these would be the ordinances that would need to be approved. So that's what this line item represents.
Thank you. Yes, as you said, this was presented to the JRB at the May 22nd meeting. This was also discussed as their 3 ordinance at the public hearing that was conducted. If the board did approve the TIF, these are the 3 ordinances that were needed to approve. The first is the approving ordinance, which approves the eligibility report and redevelopment plan that was put on file and also discussed at that TIF public hearing. The second one, excuse me, is the designating. So you have to designate the area as a TIF. And then the third is adopting the actual TIF, which then that is what's sent to the county to start designating that area as a TIF for tax purposes. So this is just the discussion of those are the needed ordinances for the approval if the board did decide to move forward with the TIF when that time comes.
Okay, thank you, Matt. Any discussion or questions for Matt or Jeff or Kathy particularly about the ordinances?
Is this regarding, is this the memo dated August 9th for, issued by Matt? Is that what we're discussing?
So right now we're discussing the TIF ordinances, not the redevelopment agreement. The redevelopment agreement was from August 9th.
Can you show me what document it is? We have
So it's on page 79 of the packet.
Danny, can you pull it up on the screen, please?
That's the one we're talking about.
The packet that's on the dais when you guys came, it's page 79, right?
Correct.
So the one that was here? Yes.
And is the SB Friedman Exhibit C part of this ordinance?
Yeah, it's part of the approving ordinance. So you have to approve the plan and the eligibility report. That's the first ordinance that has to be approved. So it's an exhibit to that ordinance.
So we would need to approve the eligibility, except that it is eligible from the report that we heard. And then if we do not do that, then are the other two then would be no? Or we wouldn't go through with the other 2 ordinances?
All 3 have to be approved. Yeah, all 3 would have to be approved. So if one is not, it does not continue move forward.
Does anyone have questions about the actual ordinances?
Can you explain why this is considered a redevelopment project?
Are you saying instead of calling it a development project?
Yeah.
I think that's a statute thing, but.
The TIF Act refers to redevelopment, and so we go along with the terminology of the TIF.
And we can go back and forth between the two if you'd like, if you want to look at those documents, and we can also discuss. I mean, it's all kind of, all of them are relevant. So if we want to talk about the ordinances, I don't want to have dead air time, but at the same time, we can also incorporate item B, which is the I-88 and Illinois 47 TIF redevelopment agreement, which I think is what everybody wants to get to. So the TIF ordinances, whether the board approves the TIF, those are the three ordinances that need to be approved in order to create the TIF district.
So are we discussing whether or not they're eligible right now, or are we just acknowledging that these are the three ordinances?
You can do either one. Those are the three ordinances that would need to be approved, but if you have any questions or want to discuss them, then this is the time.
Well, I think I've made myself clear on this. I think that this does not meet the TIF requirements as set forth in the statute. I don't think that just because something is downhill does not make it TIF eligible, does not make it blighted. There are so many other properties that are farmland that would have qualified under these same regulations. And if the intent of the TIF, as I read it as the TIF Act, has changed since it was enacted, that verbiage, the intent needs to be changed downstate, not for us to make it. I understand a lot of municipalities have been kind of loose with this. A lot of municipalities use TIFs, and I think they probably misuse them. They're overused in a lot of ways, and in many areas, particularly in the Midwest. I think a TIF, particularly of this size, needs to be scrutinized. I think it needs to be only used if we have to, and I think this would cause us so much harm that it would not give us the benefit. So when I dug into all the details, I was rather shocked at what they were claiming was just because the water runs downhill and it contributes to the Blackberry Creek watershed. That was the main and only the one factor reasoning. I do not feel that's enough, not for a TIF of this size.
At one of our previous meetings, it was brought up that Sugar Grove is at the maximum of the property that can be in a TIF, and that we might need to terminate one of the other TIFs early. Is there a limit to the amount of property that can be in a TIF within a municipality?
No.
No, okay. All right. I'm referencing Matt's.
Real quick, if you don't mind. Kathy, if you could talk into the mic when it comes up, but Kathy Orr said that no, there is not a limit, just for the record and the people that can't hear.
Okay, thank you. So on Matt Anastasia's memo dated August 9th, discussion of the I-88 Illinois 47 TIF redevelopment agreement, there's a breakdown of developer cost assumptions, and there's a number of them that seem to be what would typically be a developer's expense. Mass earthwork and drainage improvements, park and path enhancements, and I'm wondering why those expenses are being included in the TIF. It's always been residential is paid for itself. Developer has to put in water, sewer, and based on this chart, they're being reimbursed for all these expenses.
So this is, they are TIF eligible expenses. Again, the board is in the position to then discuss if they want to make them eligible as far as the redevelopment agreement. This is just the current TIF ask, so the board has every right. It's just a TIF eligible cost that they are asking and requesting. It does not mean that the board has to approve that as well. So it is a TIF eligible cost, and that's why they're including it. But it doesn't mean that the board has the right or need to approve that as well.
Okay, at what point do we remove those expenses if we want to remove them? In the ordinance?
That would be in the actual redevelopment agreement. So if we're talking about that and the board has consensus, and that's the discussion, is negotiating out that mass grading or whatever those costs are, this is the time that we're doing that discussion. And then it would be reflected through the actual agreement once it comes to the board for an approval.
Okay, and then, so there's a number of expenses I'd like to go over to eliminate from the TIF request. And then, Matt, I don't know if it's you or someone else, could you explain this developer note with a taxable interest rate of 8% and a tax exempt interest rate of 6.8%?
Sure. So as we're going through it, if the board needs to look through, that's on page, it starts on page.
Can I appreciate the question, and I want him to answer your question. Can you, because I kind of jumped into it, and I want Matt to introduce it as he wrote it to everyone, explain it, go through the issues that he raised, and then when you hit that item, address it, just so there's a more overview of this document.
Sure. Okay, so that's the one that's starting on page 137 for the board packet. So the proposed RDA that is in front of the board is a TIF eligible cost reimbursement request of $109,213,000. And the question regarding, they have requested a taxable interest rate of 8% and a tax exempt rate of 6.8%. And when you determine those types of notes, those are determined on a bond council basis, on a per reimbursement and note basis. So it's not the whole project, but that's based on each note. And it's developed based on the projects and costs that are associated to that note. So some may be taxable and some may be tax exempt. When we're going through here, so the $109 million, I know we had discussed mass grading. These are potential projects and eligible costs. They are not guaranteed money. They have to prove the costs and prove the actual infrastructure that comes to the village as a reimbursement. And whether in the agreement it says SB Friedman and or a consultant mutually agreed upon will certify those costs before the village would do any type of note reimbursement or reimbursement through increment. So as we go through, each section of the RDA ties the RDA to a lot of items that are from the annexation that we hold the developer to, as far as things that they're required to do, because once they are not doing those items that the village wants or needs and is requiring, this is the financial tool to stop those reimbursements for the TIF expenses. So this is our tool to, if the project is not going in how the village wants it to go, this is our mechanism to stop those payments. There's default wording in here that if they're in default of any of the items within this agreement, we have the ability to put them on notice, and no payments on future increment or no new notes will be issued until those defaults are cured. So as we go through, they have a lot of language from the annexation crosses over to the RDA, and that is for consistency between the two documents. So as we go through, we talk about the items within the different areas, within the subject property, what they're required to do, and the specific standards that they're supposed to do them at. So as we go through, there are some triggers as far as the village's issuances of notes. And when we issue the notes, that's when any type of interest would start. Interest would not start from the day that they put $1 into the ground. It is based on these kind of triggers for them. So they have triggers on things they need to do. So on page 139, it talks about area 3A. So upon 70 certificates of occupancy within that area, they're required to do a certain amount of items and improvements to the village green and town center area. When they get to 200 certificates of occupancy for the area 2 dwellings, they're then required to make additional enhancements within those areas of area 3A. So while there's no specs on those requirements, there is an exhibit in here that shows what those items are and where they would be. That's Exhibit E of the RDA. As we go
Can
through.
you pull up Exhibit E?
Mhm. It's going to be towards the end of the whole thing. It is also, it was part of the presentation as well, just so if that's out there too, but yeah, it's going to be probably page like 40. 40-ish. You'll see a picture. Yeah, keep going to 40. There should be another one. One more. And then keep going. Exhibit E is what, yeah, next exhibit. If you keep going to, yeah. There it is. So this was in their presentation that they showed on the close-up of the town center. So there's items that are in this RDA that require them to do these upon certain certificates of occupancy.
Well, there's no specifics, either in Exhibit E or in this agreement, and it would seem like we'd need to articulate those in some type of memo as to what improvements. I mean, it's showing townhomes, village green, village hall, but it shows a fishing dock and a detention parcel, which I don't know what good a fishing dock does in dry detention.
In the annexation agreement, it has it as a retention detention, so it's.
No, it's showing detention.
Well,
And that's what was presented at the public hearing to the Plan Commission, is that it was going to be a dry basin. And so it's a great-looking picture, but I don't see any of the specifics that would hold the developer or the owner to any particular improvements.
Jennifer, can we ask that you come to the podium as well and participate with the questions that the board will have? And so in regards to that, it does say detention basin, obviously with a fishing pier. I believe it's in the annexation agreement that talks about the standards of that particular area. I believe it's 30 acres roughly. And I don't know exactly what page it's on, but that's Erin is going to help you find that. Can you speak to the retention and then how it flows into detention?
So in civil engineering world, detention is detention, whether it's a wet bottom basin or a wetland bottom basin. So generally speaking, all of the basins, with one exception, will be wetland bottom basins with wetland plantings. This particular detention basin will be a hybrid. So there will be blue water in the area that you see here by the town center where the fishing dock is located. But then the outer areas, and then there will be a shelf in the outer areas as well, will have wetland-type plantings in them. So it's going to be a hybrid pond, and we've constructed such pond in other communities, such as our Highland Woods communities, and it's worked really well.
But in the public hearing at Village Bible Church, it was stated, I think by you, that there would be no fish in this detention basin because it's a hybrid and is not designed to hold a significant amount of water to sustain.
What I actually said was you should not fish detention basins. I didn't say there wouldn't be no fish. What I'm saying is if you can fish, but it's catch and release. That's what I said specifically. Don't swim in them, and it's catch and release. Don't eat fish out of a detention facility because detention facilities provide for sedimentation and biouptake and pollutant removal. It's a water quality basin. So that's specifically what I was referring to. I didn't say there wouldn't be fish. Ultimately, in any blue water basin, you don't necessarily have to put fish in there. The birds bring them. So even though it starts out with no fish over time, you end up with fish in these wet bottom detention facilities.
Can you also speak to his other point, which was the detail, and I know I've talked to Scott about this, the detail in regards to the amenities that you are held to in the RDA. One of the concerns, is legitimate concern, is there is no detail. So when it comes to the exhibits, and we saw the, the covered band shell, if you will, we want to work closely with our park district as we anticipate the public amenities here at some point. They would have the ability to take ownership of those if
Yes,
they
that would
wanted
be-
to.
Yep.
So the standards with those amenities and the language that goes in them, it should be in the agreement as to an understanding anticipation of what a splash pad looks like, how many heads it might have, the standard in which it's constructed. Are you okay getting that language in here? And I thought you were working on that.
Well, that's sort of what we were presenting in the presentation. So we don't have the stage designed at this point. It's too early for us to design that. But we will design it in keeping with the character and theme of the Grove. And when we submit those plans for review, what we're recommending is that the Park District be part of the village process and taking a look at those. And we would work with the village and the Park District hand in hand on designing those appropriately. But what we're committing to is the scale, size, scope, and it'll be an aesthetic that is specific to this area and this project. It won't be a Pacific Northwest aesthetic, but it would be on par with what we've done in our 10 Trails community. And so we could attach that as a scale and scoping exhibit in terms of what we commit to do. In terms of the splash pad, that's more of a low-key, it's near the playground, it's metered, it's something that, what we envision there, this isn't a water park level splash pad with the dumping buckets or anything like that. This is something that's metered where the kids can run up, they hit a button, and it turns on the water. It's connected to a municipal supply. It runs for 3 to 5 minutes, and then they go and hit the button again. So that's what we're anticipating. And so we included the Meyer Ranch splash pad as an example of what that could look like. And again, we would work with the village and the park district hand in hand on developing the aesthetic there. But we are going for something that's a little more in keeping with the area and natural looking. So it may not have that bright green bottom, but we certainly don't want to have a splash pad on concrete. So those are the types of things that we would work with the village on. In terms of the commitments and what we're going to build, we have committed in the RDA to build an outdoor stage, the multi-use lawn, the perimeter sidewalks and trails, the interior walkways, passive garden landscape areas, and a food truck area. So we will be delivering all those items. Can I have the second page?
It's unfortunately.
Okay. In the other park, we've committed in the RDA to delivering a farmer's market, a playground, a splash pad with picnic tables and other types of seating, as well as 6 pickleball courts, a fishing dock, a shade shelter, and 1 or more outdoor fire pits. We'll also construct a building with 2 single-stall ADA-compliant washrooms and an external drinking fountain / bottle filler. So those are all improvements that we'll be making to those 2 park areas that we are committed to doing in the RDA.
One of the things with the, excuse me, the playground specifically, and this is just where I want to make sure we're not on a disconnect, right? That the language should somewhat be in here so the expectation is there. And I'll give, the example really is when I talked to the park district and they said, well, what do you envision for a park? It's ADA accessible for all. So there's no curb. There's that solid material flooring, which is not wood chipped, so that it's handicap accessible if you're in a wheelchair.
Paved paths, yes.
Yes,
Yep.
all of the, but that's not in here. So what we wouldn't want to have happen is you all have a vision of a park, and we have a vision of a park, and then there's a disconnect. And so really it's about getting that kind of language to say, this is the kind of park we want, and agree to those terms so that it's getting approved in this process.
Absolutely, we can work with the village on developing that additional language to ensure the surfaces and the ADA compliance and accessibility for these park areas.
Okay. Thank you.
Of course.
President Conan, wouldn't we want the verbiage to specifically state the expectations of the park district per their standard?
Yes, and I've talked with Scott, so what we'll do is we'll have our Scott work with that Scott and Jennifer and see if the 3 of them can come up with the language so that when it's brought back to us, you'll have it in here before any kind of approval would go forward. Okay. You stay right there.
Okay.
Matt, I'm going to go back to you to continue on through the document.
Okay. So then the next area is 4, and in the RDA, they are required for the sign at 88 to promote the commercial uses, and it should be completed prior to the issuance of the first occupancy in Area 3. There is an exhibit that has that in the annexation of what it should be look like, and it should be similar to that. So we do have that. In Area 5, the item that the developer will dedicate a 1 acre site accessible west of 47 for purpose of constructing a village scale and contribute $125,000 towards that. So those are the items that are per area basis that are in the RDA, and that is the what holds the developer to do these items within the project, because that is our ability. And there are other items that we're going to get to, developer obligations regarding water, sewer, et cetera, that are also in here that they're required to do, that are pulled from the annexation agreement as well. So we'll move to that section of developer water obligations, is to design, install, and permit of a water storage tank and a combination booster and pressure reducing valve. And this is the item that on this and the developer sewer obligations is one of the hurdles that I highlighted with staff and the developer proposal is not the owner not providing the water main to the property line and providing an easement instead to the village and or adjacent property owner at no cost. That was the, I guess, proposal from the owner because they were not willing to take the water and sewer line. So that comment is in both of them to the property lines.
Matt, why is this falling within the TIF, the design, installation, permitting of 750-gallon water storage tank? Could it not be done through credits towards water tap-on fees?
Again, these are all just proposals. So yes, if that's the board's discussion to move that way, there's different ways. These are proposals from the developer that they're requesting that are eligible cost, and these are required for the development is these items that we're making sure that the village isn't on the hook to do.
I had a quick question on what you were talking about with the water main distribution lines, the property border. So we normally, on all village projects, require the owner to pay for that, correct?
Yes, normally they're required to go to property lines.
So if we're granting a TIF, so if we're granting a TIF, where they're presumably not putting as much into it because they're getting the tax break. I guess I don't get it. I mean, if a regular property owner who's not getting a TIF has to do this, why don't they?
That's fully the board's prerogative. This, again, we went back and forth. As I highlighted, this was a item that we kept going back and forth with the developer on. This is where they landed on wanting to put together as the proposal to the board. But this was, as we noted, an item for staff that was not where we were at as far as the RDA and the project.
Can you bring up something that has 4 and 5 on it so we can see it real quick?
I don't know if it's,
Like a map showing area 4 and 5.
yeah, that one will show it, yeah.
So normally we would have water main, so I'm looking at area 4, the north right where you're talking about there, Danny, yeah. So normally we would have water main along CV to the edge of the property, or on the south end to the detention pond, or actually past the detention pond, right? Is that what that's normally what we would do?
Brad, can you weigh in on that, please, on the mic? On the mic, Brad.
Yes, it's typically extended to the furthest end of the property line. So it would go east to the east side past that detention.
So basically what Crown is proposing then, Jennifer, is basically to take it to a point that's perpendicular to whatever the last building is going to be, service that building, and end at that point.
So I'm happy to respond to this. So there are a couple of things. So we're advancing $109 million for the backbone infrastructure. That's the TIF ask in addition to additional dollars for the in-track development. Because I do think it was stated earlier, I want to make it clear, the internal roadways, sewers, storm sewers, and water mains that serve the residential lots, those internal improvements are not part of the TIF ask. It consists of backbone infrastructure and the larger improvements and the drainage improvements. So considering that we're at $109 million that we are financing, we are having to put that money in the ground up front and wait for the increment to come in order to be reimbursed. That would benefit other developments up there that they wouldn't have to advance $109 million to be able to develop their projects east of the project and north of the project. And there aren't immediate plans for development of those areas. And so what we're offering to do, as opposed to adding additional costs to the TIF, is that we'll dedicate easements. We'll take them quite far. Honestly, the first water main extension will run along that detention pond north to CV Road. So it's going to be fairly close to the edge of the property and fairly close to the property to the north. But that developer down the road who would not have to advance $100 million plus to get infrastructure up to that area would benefit from. And so we're just asking them to go ahead and pay their own way for that piece, considering that we're bringing the storage tank, we're bringing the water and the sewer up to that area, which unlocks those other areas for development. And again, as I mentioned, there's no near-term plans, as far as we know, for any of that property on that north side to be developed. But that's the specific area that we're talking about.
But you kind of bring something up in my mind as you say that. I mean, if this were something that there was no TIF on, you guys would actually be asking for recapture for these improvements to the extent that they would benefit other properties.
That's correct.
But we're waiving recapture on this, correct?
Yes, we're not asking for recapture because we are asking for a TIF.
Is there a recapture for Waubonsee Community College to run the sewer to the north side of their property?
That recapture agreement is between Fox Metro, Water Reclamation District, and Waubonsee Community College, but we're not a party to that recapture agreement. But there is a recapture agreement in place between those two districts.
But you don't have to pay to use that sewer service then?
No, we only have to pay whatever fees Fox Metro charges for infrastructure participation and annexation.
And then Fox Metro pays that recapture?
Then Fox Metro, in their agreement with Waubonsee Community College, they have to advance it out of, I think it's the IPF fees that they collect. They have to reimburse it back to Waubonsee.
So in
Because
theory,
Waubonsee advanced the funds to get the sewer up to Merrill
You're
Road.
paying for it through your impact fee.
We will, yes.
Okay.
And we've looked at the costs, the total cost of our fees. It's about $6 million to Fox Metro with annexation and infrastructure participation. That does not include the connection fees. That the cost of the sewer is less than that. So in looking in our analysis, we think there's sufficient funds for Fox Metro to extend the sewer up north, which will extend it on our dime, but we'll use those fees to do it, north of I-88, and then also still be able to pay the recapture. I think it's about just over $2 million at this point that's still owed to Fox, or to Waubonsee Community College.
Any additional questions? Give to Matt to move on.
And I also want to mention, I'm sorry, one last piece, that those Fox Metro fees are not part of the TIF.
Thank you for clarifying. Matt?
Okay, so as we continue on through the board report on top of page 140, the developer will also dedicate a site not less than 2 acres to the village for water system improvements, providing for a water treatment plant site, and it also will provide temporary access and easement.
Could you identify where that property is? It wasn't real clear on the exhibit.
It's on the north side, yep, right along the north side of Area 5. Yeah, right there.
It is right next to that residential house.
On the east side of 47, the Feast property?
Yep, on the east side of 47, on the north side of Area 5, that's the location that we've proposed to dedicate.
It has to do with the elevation change per the engineering.
Yes.
Right.
Understand, but when I saw the location on one of the documents in here and how close it was to a residential house, to a house, somebody's home, I was quite shocked at that. Is there any other location that could be used? Because I know I certainly wouldn't want that, especially when I believe there's a well location as well.
Potentially, but that is not to serve our project. That would be for any future growth north of I-88.
But you have development north of I-88,
Yes,
so,
but there would not be a water treatment plant up there to serve our project. That's what the 750,000 gallon tank and the booster pump PRV would provide the fire flows and necessary capacity and storage to be able to serve that area all the way through full build. And we've worked with the engineering consultants
Exhibit G.
in regard to that. In terms of locating the tank, we would be open to an alternative location, but we located it based on conversations with the village. But we are open to finding an alternative location for those sites. But again, that would require input and engineering review on behalf of the village in order to appropriately locate that.
Is this the location that EEI came up
I
with?
thought,
in their
I thought
study?
EEI was talking about where you see that jogger neck between Area 5, excuse me, and Area 4. You know, where the property line comes down and right there, that's where I remember there being a high point in the elevation.
That area is going to be graded though somewhat in order to be able to provide for appropriate drainage.
Can we pull up Exhibit G?
From the annexation agreement, Danny?
Mm-hmm.
And while she's doing that, how tall is this water tower? Any idea how tall the water
No,
tower is?
that hasn't been designed yet.
Okay.
Danny, it's not in there, you're going to have to go to the web.
Brad, do you recall from the EEI water study where they were going to where they recommended putting the water tower?
It was in that general location, basically north of CB Road.
I think the comment is that there's going to be a lot of mass grading to knock down that hill or that tall elevation, so it would not be conducive to put it there. You'd have to raise the tank to make it taller.
Can you
Zoom
in on that? Yeah, I don't think that's a good location.
This location was determined in consult with our engineers and the village's engineering consultant as well. But as I stated, we would be happy to work with the village on an alternative location.
Thank you.
Since you have that map up, the next bullet point is water main looping is required through area 1, 2, and 3. Area 4 and 5 will be served by a single course water main. How does that happen? I'm just asking. I thought typically you loop water main for redundancy for fire flow.
That's what the tank provides, that redundancy as well. And I do want to add, we did just pull up a topo map, and that is a high point on the site. There is an elevation that's a little bit higher that we already intended to grade down for drainage purposes, and that's also because that's where we expect data center and industrial uses. So that tank is located at what will be the high point, and it's not much lower than, it looks like it's about 5 to 10 feet lower than the highest point up at that location, based on the topographic map that I'm looking at. And I'm sorry, Sean, did I answer your other question?
Well, could you just
Trustee
explain,
Marcus?
it's saying single course water main, but how's, single course mean, to me, it's coming out of the water tank and then just flowing by it and there's no looping, but would you loop it within the site?
There would be looping within the site,
Okay.
within the various, so you're looking at the backbone infrastructure that would be associated with, in the case of the water main here, the TIF improvements. But yes, it would be looped within each of the commercial and industrial site areas. We would provide looping. They're going to require that anyway for their own facilities.
Okay.
Yep.
Brad, for us that aren't in the know, what does it mean to be looping a water main?
Couldn't hear you.
What does it mean to loop a water main?
Well, you'd have two feeds basically north of the tollway, but, you know, it'd be connected to itself essentially, so you wouldn't have a dead end.
Okay, so,
But this is, like she said, this is just the backbone or the main line, not any of the smaller lines within the development. Obviously, there'll be way more water lines in there.
You know, I believe a water tower is typically a dead end where things terminate, and then you work off that water tower and go forward or go out into the system. So,
Yeah, but in this case, it will provide for storage redundancy and fire flow capacity
yep.
on the north side.
And if the tank was down, then water from the rest of the village would be able to go north.
Can supplement, yes. We have a booster pump PRV station located just south of I-88. Yeah, there you go.
Okay, did she answer your questions there?
There is a bullet point in bold recommendation, add into the redevelopment agreement for Exhibit E of the redevelopment agreement, the owner will donate no less than 2 acres of land within Area 3A for a possible future village hall. It was on, I think, it's Exhibit E, but was that part of the list?
Yeah, it was
narrative?
not, it was not included in our RDA agreement, but we are happy to include that as another requirement in the RDA that we will donate a 2-acre site, and we can offer triggers in terms of timing for that donation as well.
Okay,
thanks,
Matt?
Matt.
Okay. The other item with the water main looping bullet point was the overhead power lines at CV Road entrance and the lead up, as well as the overhead power lines on 47 along Area 3 going north towards 88 will be buried underground. Then as we move into village obligations, which we'll get into the TIF increment and notes. So when, or if this TIF is created, the village has to create a special tax allocation fund for the TIF funds to go into. The distribution of those increments will be based on this order. So any amounts due to school or library having jurisdiction over the development area will come off the top first. Any third party cost to administer the TIF and reimbursement to staff for administering essentially the cost for issuance and certification of costs. That comes off the top. It doesn't go to anybody. The third is any mutually agreed upon reimbursement for any government body or agency of a capital cost reimbursable pursuant to the TIF Act comes off the top as well. 10% of the remaining tax increment after those three come to the village. And then of the remaining 90% would be deposited into a potential, the Grove subaccount, which is available for disbursement for reimbursable eligible costs.
Can
Again,
you
we
just
talked.
clarify, I'm sorry, Matt, just for the public's benefit, what that actually means? The 10% that's remaining in the tax increment that says it's going into the village's TIF account, subaccount, It's just explain that it's not village funds, right? It's still
Yeah,
sitting
It's not
within.
general obligation funds. These are still TIF increment funds that are only allowed under TIF eligible expenses.
Thank you.
Yes.
Matt, if I could, under sub 1 there, one of the people that were speaking at the public hearing, and I don't know if it was correct or not, but they said that that the money that comes off the top for the school district is a one-time thing?
It is
It's
not.
every year, isn't it?
Yeah, the tuition payments that come off the top, which is what we're talking about in bullet point 1, is an annual payment to the school districts.
So
The
the impact
impact
fee is-
fees are one time based on building permit.
I'm sorry, yeah.
The impact fee
fee is the one-time payment, but then every fall, the school district certifies to us how many students come from the site, then they get their cost of education.
Correct,
Off
but they
the
were,
top?
that is correct.
Same with
That
the
is
library?
these tuition payments that we're discussing.
Is the
for the school
library, how does
district.
the library do that on an annual basis if they have a library card that lasts 5 years?
They are required to certify how, because of the TIF development, their clients, their usage has increased, thereby increasing their costs. And so any reimbursement to them is actually related to the expenses they incur because of the new development.
Can you explain that a little bit more to me? Because I'm thinking it's like a one-time fee, or it's
No.
a fee. So if somebody goes and uses their library card, the library then certifies that they've used the library that year? Or I'm not sure what you mean by it.
Libraries keep track, to the best of my knowledge, as to the number of their card holders that use the library on an annual basis, how much of the space is used. So with additional development, they usually are able to demonstrate how usage has increased, card holders have increased, maintenance have increased, and those increased costs are what they are reimbursable on an annual basis.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
So I got a question on the school district for they get their take every year so it's not held back. But that's just on homes that have school-age children?
If they produce a school-age child.
If they produce a school-age child. Now, my understanding is how the school district works and why everybody gets taxed for the school district is because an individual, just the residential, can't support the school district with the residential taxes. So you have to make sure everybody pays their fair share to spread it around. That's my understanding. And now we're kind of, in that sense, we're taking it away.
Well, but the difference, and correct me if I'm wrong, the difference here is that if a house has 4 kids come out of it, they get 4 cut. The school district gets paid for 4 children, as opposed to just getting their level of tax based on their EAV. Is that correct?
Right. The payments from the TIF fund to the school districts are a function of actual school kids living in TIF-supported housing. So because there'll be TIF to provide the spine infrastructure, all of these housing units will be TIF-supported housing. But to your point, there will be kids in these projects, in these homes. These are new construction homes, substantially single family, and there's a cap on those payments. So the village has to look at the numbers and say, look, we can only distribute a certain amount of the increment from the residential projects back to the schools. But to the question of the fiscal impact on the school will get their levy regardless of this. So this is a payment over and above their tax cap levy, the tuition payment. So some school districts see this as a windfall. I guess I don't know this school district, I don't know the particulars, but they get their levy and they can raise their levy subject to PTEL limitations every year. And then there's a subsequent additional payment of the tuition from the TIF fund, number of kids times tuition subject to a cap, and that is additional money to them. So again, I don't know the particulars of the finances of the school districts here, but some school districts see it as a fiscal positive, I guess.
You'll have to go into more detail. I've not heard one person from the school district say that. The EAV is going to increase in this area, but it's not generating any new taxes. It's all the other residents outside the TIF that have to pay the new assessment based on that property being included.
You're paying it today and tomorrow, whether they do anything up on that land or not. Because the school has not done anything but get to their tax cap year over year, which is why our property taxes over the last 20 are as high as they are.
And that's why I think it's going to go up even more, because
It's going to
this
go up at the
property-
same rate.
No,
Yeah.
no,
Yeah.
it's going to go up
It's
more
gonna go up the
because
same rate.
this area is going to generate students, and I think the stats are that less than 0.7, or it's not every house sends a kid to school. So that's where the school district generates extra money, is by having homes that don't send kids to school, getting taxes from those homes and not providing services. So I think this
We
is
have housing in a TIF district.
that don't send kids to.
And a lot
to
of this
schools.
project is age restricted or age targeted.
it's
Yet
not.
it is, actually. It's all provided in their documents that they're doing age targeted.
Age
Not-
targeted, that's not age restricted.
Well,
Age
I
targeted.
guess you would have to speak to that, Jennifer.
Yeah, I mean, there isn't a firm commitment for age restricted in here, I will say, but there is a very strong market for it, and we're confident that we will have an age restricted component in the Grove. But to your point, it isn't a commitment to deliver that, because again, that gets back to needing the market flexibility that we've asked for in Area 2, but that we've asked to be able to accommodate those types of homes. But we do anticipate a significant portion of Area 2 will be age restricted.
Until I see it in black and white that it is age restricted, to me, it's general. It's a home that could be occupied by anybody.
But if it is, they get the money for it, though. They get the cost of educating that student. So if it costs, I don't know what the cost of educating a student in Caneland is, but let's say it's $10,000. If that is what the cost of educating a student is, and everybody's saying it's a lot higher than that. Sorry?
18,000 versus 3.
Okay, so 18,000 is what I'm hearing now. The school district, for every child that comes out of this TIF, gets that 18,000 off the top, up to 40% of what? The amount that's in there now?
The TIF support housing, 25%. So in our projections, when we get into sort of the later years, it's $4 million and growing. $6 million are assumed or projected to be off the top for the school districts, and that's basically assuming that we hit the cap, which I think we will, based on the nature of the housing.
But what's the formula?
The formula is incremental property taxes from TIF-supported housing, total, times 0.25 equals maximum tuition payment.
Okay, so they get 18,000 for every kid that comes out, up to 25% of?
All the incremental taxes from all the housing, whether they have kids or not.
Well, the whole district, though, right? Or is it just the housing? The whole
Just the
district?
housing, just the housing.
Okay.
So it doesn't include the commercial?
Correct.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Can you generate some type of exhibit that demonstrates that? It's not very clear.
Sure.
We don't need it tonight.
Yeah, we'll work on something.
Okay, sorry.
And just talking about that, so it's just that comes out of the TIF is for libraries and school?
Yeah, that is, in the statute, those are the only two agencies that are written in for payments.
And we can't do anything about the fire department?
Or other taxing bodies.
Or the other.
That's not true. That's not
The only way, I mean, outside of the statute, the only way to do it for all taxing bodies is surplusing money out of that increment.
Well, that's not what Kathy said last time.
Can you cover the capital expenditure portion, please, Kathy?
To do it evenly based on the tax rates of all the agencies, you would have to do a surplus, but there are capital expenditures per agency that they can prove that were caused by the TIF creation.
Okay.
And those are different than the surplus.
Can Kathy elaborate on that for the board, please?
All I can do is give you an example. For example, you develop a lot of residential homes. It has a definite impact because the actual verbiage of the statute is any capital cost incurred as a direct result of a project that's had TIF funding. So that the most common example is where you have a lot of residential homes that are created. Consequently, there is a far more dense area within the jurisdiction of the fire protection district, which causes them to get another ambulance, another car, any capital cost, a direct result of the projects within the TIF would allow the fire protection district to request reimbursement for those capital costs. Now, it wouldn't be on an annual basis, but it would be presumably, it may have to be paid annually because it would be such a big expenditure that is the result of the project. So it may have to be paid over a period of years, but it's not an annual payment, which is different from the school and different from the library. But they are eligible.
Where does that come in line with the payouts?
That's number 3. That's the mutually agreed upon for reimbursement to a government body or agency.
So
under
that's
the TIF
before
Act.
the developer?
Correct.
How many houses are you predicting are going to be in that housing area?
We're estimating about 1,300 single-family detached and attached homes in areas 1, 2, and 3.
And what's going to drive the building of those homes?
The
Are you just
demand
going to build them and they will come?
No, we'll have, before we start development, we already have a builder pool that's very interested in developing homes within the Grove. So we would start at the south side at that initial area 1 where the 60 and 70-foot lots are. That would be the first phase, and work our way north. And we would develop in phases, and we would develop such that there's sufficient demand to be able to absorb the lot. So we wouldn't put in $109 million in infrastructure and then hope that, the market comes to us. We'll know that we have a market before we invest. And we know that today that there's a market for residential in Sugar Grove and demand for residential in Sugar Grove.
Okay. One of the comments I got from a resident who works for a bank, big bank, and from his perspective, there's no predictors to say that there's going to be a big housing boom or rush or anything. So I would like to think that they would be built, but from his perspective, there's nothing forecasted.
We're actually significantly undersupplied in the Chicago MSA as we are nationally. What we're seeing is this rate lock effect where a lot of folks are staying in place who might otherwise move up, but they have interest rates locked in at 3% or less. I think it's roughly 60%, 70% of the population of homeowners have a rate locked in that's under 4%. And so what's happening is we're seeing fewer homes go on the market, and that demand is shifting over to the new home market. And we're seeing that in Chicago, and we're seeing that in other places. Chris, do you want to speak a little bit on the Chicago market and what you're seeing in Hampshire, Illinois, for example, and Bartlett?
Chris Nance with Crown Community Development. I just want to reiterate what Jen said, that 70% of all mortgages in the country have a mortgage
Let's
interest rate.
let's get 1 second.
Yeah.
I think they're going to reset. It's going to take them just a minute. This is that 10 o'clock mark that I spoke about. They'll reset and we'll be back in business. market, specifically in the housing sector.
Sure, so just to repeat,
can you
my
wait a
name is
minute?
Chris
The
Nats.
screen
I'm the
is-
Director of Sales and Strategy for Crown.
Couldn't hear him.
And one of my role is to negotiate all of our contracts with our builder customers. So I interact with all the builders in the market. Just want to reiterate the point that Jen had made earlier, that 70%, I believe the statistic is 70% of all mortgages in the country have a mortgage rate of 4% or less, which means that people are not selling their homes unless there's a significant life change. What's the result of that is housing is severely undersupplied. So all the demand that is out there, a large portion of the demand, is funneling to new home sales. Permit activity in Chicago is at its highest level, I think, in the last 15 years. So it just demonstrates significant demand. We're seeing in our communities in Hampshire and in Elgin, homes that 4 years ago were selling in the 300s are currently selling between 450 and 500. In Elgin, we're seeing homes selling for 600 that, again, 5-6 years ago were selling for a fraction of that. New home builders have a unique ability to buy down interest rates. So when interest rates have been 6.5%, 7.5%, they're able to work with their mortgage companies with forward commitments to buy interest rates down to a starting rate of 4.5% or 5%. Typically, those are fixed rates for the customers, whereas the resale market doesn't have that ability. So again, it positions the builders to be able to serve the market and serve the demand.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Matt?
All right. So as we're going through,
Sorry to interrupt real quick. I've been waiting patiently. Just real quick, as we're talking about the TIF and the reimbursement costs, as it refers to the housing, is there trigger points for the reimbursement costs for the housing and when that kicks in? And can you just speak to that? Because I'm trying to go through it, and believe it or not, I actually read through that whole entire binder, and I'm still confused on some things. So I want to make sure we get everything right. It's important. So I apologize if it's been brought up or I'm missing it, but the concern would be that, and if I'm hearing the board, which is also a concern of mine, that housing doesn't come. And then are we, with that TIF account, are we then still reimbursing? Where's the money coming from that TIF account if there's no residential that's being built? Can you kind of give me a layman's terms of how that works, please?
Sure. So yeah, we were getting to the triggers kind of for those, for the note issuances is essentially what it is. So the first one is on anything south of 88, before they get 100 certificates of occupancy on homes, no note would be issued. So no interest would be accruing on any infrastructure or any cost that the developer has put into the ground. And at this point, we, as the village, have no general obligation still to this project. The obligation to the village are all in the notes, and it's all based on TIF increment generated from the project. So in your example, if the project does not produce any homes and there is no increment to pay back, there is no obligation to the village to pay back any infrastructure or any capital that was put up by the developer.
And that's in here?
Correct.
Great.
Correct. Yeah.
Did you know what?
So on my board report.
Just so I can reread it again.
Yeah, so on my board report, it's page 141, but it's under Article 4, under village obligations of the RDA.
Of the RDA.
It talks about that. So as we get through, it talks about the village obligation, as long as there's no default, the village would issue payments in the form of the increment generated, and if there is none, then we would issue a note, but it's based on substantial completion of infrastructure. And the first trigger on the south of 88 is 100 certificates of occupancy of residential homes. So the village would not issue one until there's 100 homes built. Now, as we kind of go through, each note is still not issued until there's substantial completion. And that substantial completion definition is defined in the annexation agreement. So majority having to do with water and sewer infrastructure, and a lot of that is sign-offs by village engineers, IEPA, et cetera. So it's not as soon as they put a dollar into the ground, we issue a note. There's got to be a step to substantial completion, or in this case, 100 homes is our first trigger. But then the rest is still substantial completion of further projects. So
And that's different from the triggers, just for the setting the certificate of occupancy that they're agreeing to make the improvements. That's something totally different.
Correct.
So there's two separate things here.
That's correct.
70 will get you where they have to
They start
do the
doing-
improvements, the basic improvements. 100 gets you now we start talking about the reimbursement through the notes.
Correct.
Okay,
But
thank
again, if there's no increment being generated from the project, there's no money to be sent to them to reimburse, and the village is not generally obligated to any of those funds.
Okay,
It's all
thank
based on the TIF generated increment.
So basically, they have to have finished lots for them to be considered substantially complete.
Correct. For the first trigger, it's 100 where people are getting certificates of occupancy to move into homes.
So once they hit that 100, though, they can't submit for payment until they have finished lots. I.e., all the water and sewer is in, the street's in, curb and gutter is in, electric, gas, basically.
Yeah, under my understanding, it's a substantial completion. Once they hit the 100, as long as the infrastructure put into the ground is serving those 100 homes, and it's completed and essentially operational for the village, that's when that first trigger hits with the 100.
Okay.
And then going forward, it would be those same types of triggers that it's operational for the village at that point. It's not just a pipe in the ground do nothing. That's what we're avoiding is it would be substantially complete, and that essentially means that it's serving something.
Thank you.
Continuing?
Okay, yeah, so as we're going through, like I said, that Article 4 or Article 5 is village obligations. We get into talking about the taxable and tax exempt, and that's based on the Sugar Grove LLC request based on their internal calculations. I will say all notes are not to exceed 20 years or the life of the TIF. So if it's not issued until year 8, we won't issue, you cannot issue, and we will not issue a note longer than the life of the TIF. Again, if a note is outstanding at the end of a TIF, it is also not a village obligation to pay out that note. Once the TIF ends, the note, if there's not enough increment that hasn't been generated to pay off those notes, it's not a village obligation. So as we talk through that.
So just verifying one more time, I'm a little slow. You're saying that if they don't complete this in the lifetime of the TIF, that we're not paying them out after the TIF has expired?
Correct.
So they're required within the lifetime of the TIF to complete everything in order to get their reimbursement?
Correct, because if they're not building out and generating the increment to pay back, that's on the developer at the risk of them to put that infrastructure in the ground.
Some of the talk earlier was like, I keep hearing this 300 and something $million number. All the paperwork we've received here is this 109,213. Is that just an older number that was? I mean,
So the 300.
It's a pretty big substantial change.
The 350 number that's just been discussed with the TIF creation is a TIF budget for the entire life of the TIF.
That's right.
The redevelopment agreement of the 109 million is what the request of the developer is. And then as in the SB Friedman report shows that outside of the school payments, the library payments, the village 10%, it still is generating roughly 340 million additional that is eligible for whether it's village TIF eligible expense or the RDA or any additional eligible expense. But the 350 that's in the TIF redevelopment plan is for the TIF as a whole, not the RDA.
Okay, thank you.
Hold on, Matt. Not yet. So our obligation then would be only though up to the 100, if we approve 109, would be up to 109, nothing above it. So if they came in and said, hey, you know what, inflation made it 130 for what we're talking about, they get 109.
on the capital in, that they're putting in. There's still the interest component of this, but the 109 is the cap on the actual infrastructure for TIF eligible expense, if that's what the board approved.
So even though it might generate $350,000 that could be used to pay TIF eligible expenses, we're basically using a third of that.
350 million. You said that.
350 million,
yeah.
yes.
Okay, add a couple zeros.
Moreover, the 109 is not even eligible unless they show us actual receipts that they expended them. Because at this juncture, we all know it's estimates. So the good thing is we're capped. If it goes up, we're capped. At the maximum, we will reimburse. If it goes down, we go down. We're protected if they spend less.
Okay, so it's not like in home construction, when you do a construction draw, you do it on percentage of completion. It's not that.
No.
It's actual costs that they incur.
Yep. And then also just the 109 million does include contingency as well. And that's in there as 14 million. So, but that is that would have to be proven that they need the contingency and that cost is being certified as well. So the ask is 109, but it also does have inflation in their cost factors for the years, assuming that we're going to still have inflation and the contingency. So it could be less than the 109, but we know that the max capital that would be committing to is the 109 million.
So what kind of stuff would fall in contingency? Why do we need contingency? I guess that's the question. Can you give me an example of what?
So one example would be a water main system, a backbone water main cost, where the pipe is significantly more expensive, or the cost to install is significantly more expensive than what was anticipated, because again, we put together cost estimates for the work. We don't have actual, we based it on actual, unit costs and bids that we have within the Chicago MSA, but until we go in and design those, we don't, and bid them out, we don't know what the cost would be. So we put, in any project, including in acquisitions, we put a contingency component in to cover that potential for those costs to be more than what's expected. If the cost ends up being on par or less, then we don't use the contingency. So it just falls out. So we're not necessarily allowed to collect the contingency. As they had mentioned, we have to demonstrate the cost. And we have to demonstrate that the cost was higher. Another example would be the tank. Something happens, steel is very expensive, much more expensive than it was when we prepared our estimates. The contingency would cover some portion or all of that additional cost.
And just for when we do projects and we get engineer estimates as well for our projects as a village, there's anywhere from 10 to 15% of contingency built into those as well when we get those. That this is 15. It's just so the board is aware, this is 15%. When we get them from our engineers, it also includes 10 to 15% of contingency on these types of projects.
And if I may reiterate with the contingency, it's not just a payout. It absolutely must be a TIF eligible cost that was reviewed by our third party that makes sure that it is something that is reimbursable, can be reimbursed by the TIF Act, and then is submitted to the village and paid. So it's not, it has to fit the TIF Act, and it will be looked at by an outside entity as well.
But we're not, the 109 is not your budget. Your budget is actually more than that for these items, isn't it?
Well, the cost to build out the project is more than that. The 109 million is just the eligible TIF costs. So that would be the backbone infrastructure, roadways, off-site roadways, water mains, grading, detention, those sorts of things.
Is it 100% of what you expect those to be, or is it something less than that?
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
Well, so, yeah, for the backbone, as you call it.
Yeah.
Is that the budget amount for the backbone?
Yeah,
Or
that's
is that
for
a
all.
percentage of it?
Yeah, no, that's the 109 is the estimated cost for the backbone infrastructure and other improvements that are TIF eligible costs.
Okay.
I think this is pretty much what's.
Oh, yes, that includes soft costs and contingency. So that would include the design and permitting costs as well, and then the 15% contingency is in that $109 million number too.
Scott,
third-party person who would review these?
So it's a part of, we start with SB Friedman most likely, in that they're in the realm and they have capacity and they have done this before. Jeff, can you speak to where you've done this in the past or currently?
Sure. We've done this work for City of Chicago, City of Moline, Village of Roselle. I mean, we're not engineers, so but we get receipts and proof of, or sometimes it's lien waivers from the developer. They submit those. There's scope information to help us understand where the money was spent from the contracts. We look at the time that the money was spent. Again, in this case, it's not going to be an issue, but sometimes there's a question of, was the money spent before the TIF was created and things like that. So we want to make sure that the use of funds is legal, the timing is legal, and that the bills were incurred and paid. And then we would write a little memo to the village saying, invoices totaling $23,472.57 were submitted, or documentation, and these are good to issue a note for. And then that information goes to Kathy or Matt or whoever's working on the notes and decides, subject to all the other rules of the RDA, we can issue a note now for $8 million or $18 million or whatever, but it's one of the checks to make sure that the village is using TIF funds in ways that are legal, essentially.
Okay, but you don't evaluate, say, oh, whoa, this is way more than it should have cost you for this item. From an architectural end, when we're looking at like a change order or something, we don't just say, oh yeah, here's the receipt. We also look at it and say, no, this is way more than it should be, or yeah, this is about right. We have to evaluate that for the owner. You don't do that, you just say, here's the receipt, that's a TIF eligible expense, or do you have experts there who kind of get an idea, not scrutinize it, but yeah, this is in the ballpark?
We can't do that. We're not engineers. We've not had that work done. I think generally, the developers don't want to pay more for a project than they have to. They have people like architects and other people doing the inspection to make sure that the pricing is right. The lenders don't want that either. So there's a lot of people who want to make sure the pricing is right, and the villages, we usually stand behind the other experts. We don't try to scrutinize that, but I suppose we could think about it. I haven't really thought about that. There's usually other folks.
So it's on the developers and to scrutinize what's coming into them from their contractors.
And their lenders. I mean, usually the lender wants to make sure they're not, spending too much money on a thing that if it should cost $1, they shouldn't pay $1.25 for it. Like the other money also cares a lot. So
I'm just trying to find a level of oversight with some expertise.
Sure. Right.
In your report, it talks about high-level review of the expenses. So could you define that, what high-level review is?
At this point, we've looked at their budgets. Again, we're not qualified to tell you what a mile of roadway costs. So because they have to prove up those costs, that's the check, really. These numbers are for infrastructure. I don't remember if village staff looked at them or not. I believe they did, but I don't want to put words. They did, Scott says. So there's a conceptual buy-in that these are roughly right, and the proof's in the pudding. So when they get the receipts, we look at the receipts, and the receipts are, bid out contracts, third-party pricing. We believe, I guess, to some extent, that competitiveness will create good pricing.
We had several internal meetings about utility costs involving EEI and our own engineering staff to look at those numbers. Now, the project is slated to be out to 23 years, so we did our best effort on that, but we did, especially with the water tank and other costs, water pipe and all that, looked at numbers and engineering estimates and used EEI's data from actual work that they're doing in the field to help go through those numbers.
Matt, can you talk a little bit about the checks and balances we have on the mass earthwork and grading?
I'm sorry, on the mass grading?
Mass grading.
Yeah, so that was one of the things that we had the concern on too, is the mass grading portion. And the solution that we got to was that the mass grading would be a portion based on the final plat of subdivisions of each of the properties. So if they had to mass grade, in this example, the 26 million, their first note can't be for 26 million of mass grading, since that's the first thing they did. It would be based on a proportion of the plat of subdivision. So if they mass grade 400 acres and the first one is 40 acres, they would get 10% of it. It wouldn't be all at one time. It would be based on actual completion of subdivisions or final plats of subdivisions.
if I may, the thought process behind these substantially complete infrastructure and the platted mass graded land was that it was as much as possible an asset to the village that would shortly see development that could pay into the TIF to pay off the notes, so that we weren't incurring debt and issuing notes without a potential for TIF income or increment to pay off those notes. That was the intent, and also to limit interest, because if they choose, which they've indicated, to do a significant amount of mass grading early on in the project, that until they come back with a plat and is approved by the board, a note would not be issued and interest would not begin to accrue until that happens. And then assuming that when it's platted, it would be closer to the eventual construction.
So is the earthwork dependent on platting, or is it dependent on substantial completion of that platted portion?
So based on the RDA, it is phased based on the mass grading for the final plat of a subdivision when submitted.
So they don't have to have streets in, anything like that, to get paid on the mass earthwork for a platted portion?
I would defer to Danny, but I don't know what level of final plat of subdivision means, but that's when it is. But so, yes, I guess that's the answer is,
So
I don't know.
It's a separate trigger to pay mass earthwork than it is to pay all the other items?
Correct.
Okay.
That sounds like that goes contrary to what Scott just said, because there'd be no, just because you do the mass earthwork doesn't mean that the roads and the water are installed.
I guess a better way to explain it is that or why we thought it was better to reduce interest is that they could do all of the mass earthwork, and if we went off of the substantial completion metric, they could substantially complete mass earthwork in large swaths of area and get the reimbursement before the land is platted. So we thought that we'd be triggering and issuing notes later if it was when the land was platted rather than when the earthwork was completed, whereas with roads being complete or water pipes being complete, those then become an asset to the village when they're substantially complete. And at that point, we were more comfortable as staff issuing notes because the infrastructure was substantially complete.
I just want to add to that, we can only apply for those notes twice a year. And there are restrictions in terms of the minimum amounts, but also we may record a plat for a given area, but the city requires that we post fiscal in the form of a letter of credit. So in terms of guaranteeing that those improvements would be completed, the letter of credit's cash in the bank that the city can draw on, the village can draw on, should we not complete those, which we will follow our obligations and complete those.
Okay, so just to make sure we're all perfectly clear on the same page, you do, so you're in Unit 1, you're doing Phase 1. Now let's move on to Unit 2, because you've got Unit 1 done. So we've hit the 100 occupancy permits, and so now you've done mass earthwork for, let's call it Unit 2, Phase 3. Even though roads aren't in yet, you can still ask for, and we would issue a note for the mass earthwork as long as that final plat has been recorded and the bond has been posted.
Correct.
Okay. So that's, for our purposes, that's the same as it being basically a completed lot.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Continuing.
Sure. So we got to the taxable versus tax exempt rate, and with what's the internal calculations for Sugar Grove LLC has presented is what is in the RDA. We did do research. I reached out to financial advisors for bonding to determine how they look at taxable versus tax exempt rates, as well as corporate tax accountants. Those scenarios are in here. Those came anywhere between 6.32% for tax exempt up to 6.96% for a tax exempt rate. So there are multiple ways to look at it from the bond market, whether it's actual issuances of tax exempt notes and taxable bonds to the corporate tax savings. So with what's presented, though, it fits within that range of where the board can have a discussion on the actual rate itself. But there was research, and I will say we talked to Spear Financial, who is the advisor that we discussed with, and the most recent tax exempt note that has been issued in Illinois was in June of '23, and that rate was 7%.
Is there any penalty to us if it's tax exempt?
Is there a penalty to the village if it's tax
Oh,
exempt?
no.
So it's
No,
just a
not
benefit
at
to
all.
us
These
that
are
we pay?
notes. They
Yeah.
do not, because they're notes, they don't go against our village overall authority to borrow. Because they're not a borrowing, they're a payout. So we're good there.
So if we get it tax exempt, it's just a benefit to us, not,
It's a lower interest rate, so it reduces our obligations on the overall cost of the notes. And to the extent, and we've talked to bond counsel too, because the use, the reimbursement is for infrastructure, which will ultimately be owned by the village, it may, or a big portion of it may qualify as tax exempt so that we save on the amount of interest we pay on the notes.
But when you say "we," it's the TIF only, right? It's the
Correct.
TIF that generates the revenue and is obligated, not the village.
Not the village. None of it will be general obligation. All will be TIF revenue notes.
With rates coming down, do you readjust, like have a 5-year fixed rate and then adjust it after 5 years, or is it typical to lock it in for the 20?
It is typical for an RDA to have a flat, that it stays locked. The other option that is in here, which is discussed a little bit down, is the next section of that is the sole discretion of the village only. If rates do come down, and we are locked at 6.8, but they do come down to a reasonable 3-4% that it was 3 or 4 years ago, we have the ability to go do a TIF revenue bond with dedicated increment that's being generated to pay it, to lower the interest rate again from the village's side. But that's at sole discretion of the village. But upfront, the village will not be issuing any notes, or sorry, bonds or general obligation funds for this project. It is strictly just TIF revenue for this entire project.
okay, so that we could, if interest rates go down, and we've got a note out there for 8%, or even 6.9, and rates are at 3, we'll know how much tax is coming in.
Correct.
So we can issue a bond that would equal that tax payment,
Yes.
pay them off, and then just pay the bond at a much lower rate.
Correct. And it would all be based on.
And that would be no obligation to us, only be out of TIF dollars.
Correct.
And it would be for future boards as well to make that decision, but the idea never to have to exceed the life of, I mean, I know Matt well enough to know he would never recommend that you exceed the life of the TIF so that you have to extend. So it would be any increment that's generated through the TIF district that can support the bond payment until you run out of years, and then it's done.
Right. So as we go through, as Jennifer mentioned, they can only make reimbursement requests twice a year, no less than $1 million. That is a request for reimbursement form that's in the exhibit. That comes to the village. That's what's submitted to the consultant for certification of costs. So it does go through the village as well before it goes to the consultant for certification. We had discussed the mass grading portion, and then the substantial completion language regarding issuance of notes is in here. Again, that's a way for us to try to mitigate interest payments, is having the substantial completion for actual assets to the village. And then number 5 under there, that's the discussion of the 100 certificates of occupancy south of 88 as that first trigger for notes. The bullet point discusses the potential that the village, at the sole discretion of the village and the board, that will be able to issue TIF revenue bonds to pay outstanding notes. And it is agreed that the principal would be paid first with those bond proceeds, and then interest on that end. So it would be, we would have to be current with interest payments to issue a TIF revenue bond in general. But the principal that we get from the bond would go to principal first with the developer. So if we're able to bond for more than we owe them on a note, that additional money would go to principal, not interest, to lower the amount that we're accruing interest on. So all of these mechanisms are trying to be put in place to limit interest payments. And then the final article is the assignment article that they are able to, if they were to sell off part of the property to another developer. That's the assignment language that is in here in the article. The final section is regarding the analysis that we've kind of already gone through from SB Freeman on it, that the total projected gross TIF proceeds are $481 million. Their calculated max on TIF residential is $95.9 million. Library districts could be $7.7 million. Village portions is just under $38 million, leaving the remaining $340 million for any projects that are TIF eligible, surplusing projects, or the RDA. The recommendation from SB Friedman, based on the financials in the project, are a pay-as-you-go, as we've discussed. No upfront money from the village for the start of this project or any time through is a general obligation to the village.
Has the assessor verified the 340 million of tax increment, or has somebody supported that?
We prepared independent tax projections and came to that number. They're based on the program that was provided by Crown and comparable property values in the county. So it's a best estimate of what the values of the buildings will be and the taxes will be produced, assuming most notably that everything goes as planned. You know, I mean, I think that's the single biggest uncertainty. You know, if the project goes faster, there'll be more money. If the project goes slower, there'll be less money. And if the project doesn't build out as planned, you know, again, we can't really anticipate all those scenarios. So we've essentially said if it's built out as planned, that's essentially roughly the taxes that will be generated.
And the next part of that financial analysis, and I'm wondering if this is the but for. I'm looking here and you're projecting that the IRR is a 9.54% with the TIF, and that there's no return without it, and is that the case or the evidence of the but-for test being satisfied?
Yes, that unleveraged IRR is at the lower end of what we've observed, I guess I would say, even with assistance. The negative number, nobody's going to invest money to get less money back, so that's just a non-starter condition. But the assistance gets the returns into the realm of possible, I guess I would say. You know, they're not juicy returns based on the performance and the pro forma that we reviewed. They're acceptable. And so Crown can finance it essentially at this level, and they couldn't without the village's assistance.
Well, in your, on the first page of your memo, it seems like there's, it says developer request for assistance, that there are being challenged by extraordinary construction costs, and that the land market values in the part of King County are not high enough to support this, but we just heard that there's a high demand for residential. So, you know, based on the high demand for residential, do we need to give a TIF?
Yeah, I think conceptually the distinction is the level of spine infrastructure required to make this project go is very high. I think subdivisions that are building off of existing spine infrastructure can be built, and I think that they are being built. But because there's a very long run all the way across the interstate, in order to make this go, that's the categorical problem that they face. Maybe Crown can speak to it more specifically, but that's our understanding of the real challenge. Is there's just a very long spine of large dollar upfront public or infrastructure costs that don't generate any revenue, and you can do a small subdivision because it doesn't have that upfront problem.
But, okay, so anything south of I-88 is being built off of our current infrastructure. They're not putting in any new wells, they're not putting in the new water tower. things like that. So really, the costs are on the north side of I-88. So is there a breakdown of what portion of the development expenses are being paid on the north side or developed the north side? To me, that might make this project, the north side infrastructure costs might make this project unfeasible unless we do the TIF. So it would seem the development south of I-88 is using a lot of our infrastructure already and would be not TIF eligible.
We analyzed it and on the project as a whole basis, I guess. We looked at it as a single pro forma.
Can you repeat that?
We analyzed it as a project as a whole. There's one pro forma essentially for the whole project.
Is there a way, is it the whole thing, we can't à la carte, where can we negotiate what that TIF district is, like not, like Sean's saying, not have the housing? Is that, are we done?
I mean, nothing's done. You all are the voter, the people who vote on an agreement. So that's not the way we've done it so far.
I do have the costs broken out by north and south, and the costs, the infrastructure costs on the south side is $45 million, so it is a significant portion of the TIF. Even though there is sewer and water at the southern end of the property, there's still significant investment that has to go into building Denny Road and other off-site roadway improvements, as well as the drainage improvements. So it is, though it's less than 50%, the lion's share is on the north side, it's a significant chunk of the $109 million ask.
But if you take out the contingency, it's just about half then.
There's contingency on both the north and south side.
Okay, okay.
Can I ask a follow-up question, please? The actual top-line table that's here, I think it would be really beneficial to at least me, maybe other members of the board, to get at least a one-level breakdown. I don't need the whole budget on the $26 million mass earthworks and drainage improvements, i.e., I don't know if employee X working overtime April of 2032 is lined into a budget, but I do need to know how much is allocated maybe for zone 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever. I think if I went to my boss with a budget that had a 25% allocated in one line item and didn't have any breakdown, I'd be laughed out of the room, and I'm not suggesting that here. I am saying at least getting an understanding of what some of the meat behind some of these numbers were, because we've seen this table on a couple of different documents, even as well as a couple months ago when there was an initial sort of presentation given to us. So in the effort of writing a memo ahead of next meeting that I think was someone took an action item on, I don't know who needs to fill in that, but before the next board meeting, if we could have that to get an understanding, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Okay. Any other, Matt, do you have any continuation within the memo? I don't. Okay. Do you have any additional questions regarding this document for the consultants or for Matt while he's here? Matt will not be here on Thursday, so if you do have additional TIF-related questions, obviously you have access to him, but he will not be here to answer those questions on Thursday.
Jennifer, we'll probably go over it in the PDD, but it specifies the maximum number of residential units in Area 2 as 230. The maximum residential in Area 3 is 140. Area 5 is 400. Are you expecting 500 units in Area 1? Because I thought you said there was going to be a 1,300.
1,300 units in total.
Yeah.
We didn't put maximums on the single-family detached, but I do believe we did cap some of the multifamily or the single-family attached uses.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like 500. It seems like 500 units in Area 1 is too many, but just subtracting out the maximums that are outlined in the agreement that we'll go through that's what it came up with, so.
I mean, we have to provide for, we based it on providing for detention and park spaces. So for example, in Area 1, with 60 and 70-foot wide lots, we're looking at somewhere between 210, 220 lots, depending on how many 60-foot and 70-foot wide lots we have. So we are restricted somewhat depending on the product type that we ultimately develop within a given location. We did base it, we did have to make some estimates in terms of how much active adult we would have, how much single-family detached conventional, and then the single-family attached product we would have. And that's how we arrived at the 1,300 unit number.
So do those numbers that he just mentioned, those don't include single-family detached in areas 2 and 3?
Caps, yeah, I
Or 2
believe.
at least?
Yeah.
Caps are only
Yeah,
for
the caps that Trustee Michaels just mentioned apply to the single-family attached product, so that would be townhomes.
So then between 1 and 2, that's where the 500, where you might be able to get 500 out of.
Yeah, Area 1 is all single-family detached, so that's probably going to be somewhere, depending on how many 16, 70-foot lots we have, somewhere between 210 and 220. Right now, we're at 217, but that may change as we go through the review process. In Area 2, we have a restriction on townhome units of 230, and then in Area 3, we have a restriction of 75.
Okay, but I guess what I'm making sure of is
Yeah.
that when he says we can't fit 500 in Area 1, you're not trying to. You're actually
Correct.
fitting those in 1 and 2.
Correct.
Okay.
Apologies, it took me a minute to
I just wanna
catch
be
up to you
clear.
there.
I'm trying to find it, because it was, no
It might be
more.
page 10 in the annexation agreement.
Thank you, yep, that's what it just. So area 2 density limit is 230 units,
That's for the townhomes, yes.
just, but there were no single-family planned?
No, there's no restriction on the single-family units. That'll be that would be driven by what we're able to fit within the areas, given the restrictions we have on lot sizes, the fact that we have Denny Road, and we have to provide stormwater drainage in open space areas.
Okay,
So all of that will restrict the number of units that we ultimately have in Area 2.
okay, so just because it says 230 units, there will be more.
Yeah, there would be
Because it
single-family
just says-
detached as well.
Okay.
Okay, we're going to move on to, I'm going to skip over the property subdivision for right now and get into the planned development district as that's next on discussion.
Where are we going?
PDD,
Before we move on from TIF, I still got.
you have more questions, I
Sorry.
apologize.
Yeah.
Nope, that's fine, I apologize, go
Sorry, I was
ahead.
just trying to take my time and let some people ask their questions too. So we hear time and time again, over and over again, that this is falling on the backs of the residents. I've tried to explain it to the people that have come to me. I want to make sure that I'm explaining it the correct way. I am a critic of TIF. I've been pretty open about that. I think there's a right time and a right place for it, and there's a wrong time and a wrong place for it. And I have a lot of concerns, but how is this, as they come up and everybody's saying that this, we're paying for this, we the residents are going to pay for this. Can you explain to me what they mean by that, or what you believe they mean by that? Because every time I've asked that question, I've been told, well, if this fails, we're going to have to pick up the back end of this. And I've reading through this, listening through this, that's not feasible. That's not a possibility in this situation, that this TIF is set up differently than maybe what they read online or things like that. I honestly don't know. So can you, as TIF experts, can you try to explain how other TIFs could lead to sucking more money from our residents and how this is different, or is it the same? I really don't know.
I guess I can address it first. So from the RDA agreement that's in place or in front of the board right now, proposal has no general obligation to the backing of the village. So all of.
Can you explain that though, like
So that
general
means,
obligations?
so the current village revenue and expenditures and the budget that we have in place today is not affected by this development as far as having any future expense on the village for the project, for this RDA, for the redevelopment agreement. The money that's generated from the TIF for the increment is what is provided to the developer to repay those capital expenses and interest. At the end of either a note or the TIF, if there's outstanding expenditures or notes, that's on the back of the developer. The village is not responsible to pay those out. As we go through this process, the village is also not having any upfront cost. We are not bonding, we are not committing any of our current funds to kind of project this project forward. It is all on the developer fronting the funds. In other cases, municipalities have done a revenue bond with a geo backing, meaning that if it does fail, then the general obligation is on the village and on the tax rolls, or potentially the taxpayer. The village is not issuing any type of debt that has any geo backing, general obligation backing, meaning the village. So that I think is the difference between what this is presented as, and there are other scenarios that municipalities do that, depending on the project. That is not what the village is proposing. That's why we are proposing the pay-as-you-go, not a upfronted bonding from the village. That's where the risk comes into the village on the taxpayer side of having bonds.
Okay, so the dollar for dollar scenario that I've explained it correctly then, where the money's not in the account, they don't get paid.
Correct.
They don't get paid, the whole entire thing falls apart, and we're not raising taxes to backfill money that we put into a TIF account or required to pay back out, correct?
That's correct.
But I would add that there are day-to-day expenses. We have to provide police services. We have to plow the streets based on this agreement. So the village will have a number of expenses that we typically wouldn't have if this development doesn't go in, just like the other taxing bodies.
So the village, the majority of our budget is not in property tax, and we would see, according to even if you looked at the estimates in the financial study and said that they were too high, even if you looked at them in a more conservative fashion, we would still be to the good on any cost that would be incurred by the village due to sales tax and other taxes that would come to the village as part of the development. So it's not a burden from that perspective, because we have, what are we about? What's property tax on our budget, Matt, like 33, 40%, give or take?
Roughly, yeah.
So kind of on what Matt, Trustee Bonnie was saying over there, how does the TIF impact the other taxing bodies?
So they're going to get the taxes on the land value today. That is what they're getting today. Obviously, that's very, very low. And then they will get essentially none of the incremental taxes. So in the 23 years of the life of the TIF, aside from the tuition payment to the schools and the payments to the library, they won't get any of the taxes off of this property except on the little base that is the value today. I think the most important mechanical issue is those taxing bodies that are PTEL limited, property tax extension limiting law limited, can only increase their levy by a certain amount. I don't know the particulars of each of the taxing bodies here, so I don't know if that's a common condition or not, but I presume they can only raise their levy by a certain amount if you're a library district, and it's limited by CPI or 5%, whichever is less. So they will be able to grow their budget by that limit for every year, and so they will get 3% more money from property taxes next year if that's what CPI is. And that has nothing really to do with the TIF. That's a separate law, state law, that controls their ability to raise their taxes. And so as long as there is an understanding and expectation of belief, which we have, that none of this development would have occurred without the TIF, those districts aren't missing out on anything. They're getting exactly the same increase in their taxes year to year as they would have otherwise, because PTEL holds them back to keep people's taxes low. I appreciate that they don't feel very low, but there is a throttle statutorily. So mechanically, there is really no effect to the taxing bodies. I mean, that's the mathematical thing. I think there are service cost comments that are fair, and there are tuition costs for kids. There are marginal costs, but they're not missing out on any revenue, I guess.
I totally disagree with your statement. They have expenses. The taxing bodies have to provide services. They are not getting any tax revenue, as you said, from this TIF district. So all the other residents have to pay those taxing bodies for the services that the taxing bodies are providing to the residents of this development.
Yeah, that they will get more money every year. That's for sure. The taxing bodies will.
By the backs of everybody else outside the TIF.
But the limit on the growth in those taxes is controlled by PTEL. So they can only get 3% more taxes than they would have last year, whether this project occurs or not.
But if they don't have to provide the services, they wouldn't have to raise the taxes.
When have they frozen the taxes? No, when have they frozen the taxes, Sean? When has the school district actually done a zero property tax levy increase? When have they done that?
But it's, you can't say it.
I can't say it, they haven't done it.
This is being a direct impact on those taxing bodies. So those taxing bodies are gonna have to raise taxes. The fire district, Waubonsee Community College, everybody in the Waubonsee Community College district now has to support what those residents are typically gonna use. So
I think that's fair. I guess the other thing to think about, and I don't know the particulars of every district, but in the case of a community college district, a TIF area is usually a tiny percentage of their tax base. And so it is, I accept it's a marginal increase, but and the smaller the district, the bigger the materiality. I think those are all fair points. But for bigger districts, it's really quite small. I appreciate for smaller districts.
It is, but it just goes to prove that it's people outside of Elburn, outside of Sugar Grove that are paying for this development, those residents. And every taxing body has to provide services to those residents that move in to that neighborhood, to that TIF district.
Trustee Michaels, just, so we have 2 TIFs in town. When you were part of those 2 TIF creations, when those TIFs, are there things in place that makes this TIF different than those TIFs?
Yes.
What are those?
The intent was to help the developers pay for like Fox Metro fees and KDOT fees, things that were large and not going to generate any revenue right off the front. We never distributed any funds through those TIF districts. That's why we've been able to declare the surpluses that we've been declaring over these years. But they were put in place to help pay like the Fox Metro fee. I think Jennifer mentioned Fox Metro's like $6 million to.
So was there any, yeah, okay, but was there any, I'm just trying to figure this out. So was there any strain on our village police and village fire when those TIFs, we took money from them as well then through this scenario that we're talking about. Yeah. So Sugar Grove Police and Sugar Grove Fire Protection District, when those 2 TIFs were created, there was nothing in place that was different. I mean, they had more service to provide in those areas. Was anything ever developed right away in there, or did it sit stagnant?
The one for Galena and Municipal, I believe so. I don't know about the apartment complex. I don't think we included that in the TIF.
The apartment you looped in at the last hour is what the Fire Protection District has told us over and over. When you created the TIF boundary, you looped that building into the district while it was being created.
Okay.
But as you're creating TIF, so back to the TIF board here, as we're creating this TIF, discussing this TIF, there's nothing we statutorily can put in place to guarantee fire and the other taxing bodies money, other than the fact that we have to supply surplus, we declare surplus, correct? or that third one down where we're able to mutually agree upon giving back.
Right, capital expenditures you can reimburse for, the tuition and library payments you're required to make, and you could surplus. So there's a couple of different mechanisms whereby you can, I think the other thing we often say is, no village wants the taxing bodies to suffer. That everybody, works together. That's not in the interest of the village. It's not the interest of anybody, development, the new residents, the old residents. And so there's usually conversations about if there are impacts, how do you work it out? And big impacts, material impacts, that can really mess things up. It's usually a conversation amongst partners, essentially.
We've surplused, how much have we surplused over the last couple of years?
I believe it's $1.5 million.
What was that?
The other thing I just want to bring up as a reference point, and the difference I think that we have between TIF 1 and TIF 2 today, is you have backbone infrastructure that has site-ready, we have sites that are ready and able to develop. So the premise being that those two TIF districts deferred property taxes for the sole benefit of paying Fox Metro fees, and it hasn't done it, then how do you expect raw land that has no backbone infrastructure to actually develop when you have a developer who was here? Now, the difference is when those two TIF districts were created, they created those districts with no redevelopment agreement, with no developer willing and able to do any kind of project. This is a situation where you have a developer ready to go with a project, needs assistance through the TIF district to do the backbone infrastructure. That is a fundamental difference between the two. Yes.
The village also had to issue bonds in order to get roads and sewer run through at least one of those TIFs, right?
No. We had issued them.
We didn't?
No, we issued the bonds.
All right, I'm hearing.
We issued the
conflicting-
bonds prior to the TIF being.
Okay, so the village produced a bond to get the roads and the sewer paid for, and then issued the TIF thereafter. So the village
Yep.
put in the infrastructure
Yep.
there at that point in
Yep,
time.
and that was to get development on the west side of 47, because it goes way back, prior to 2009, but Galena Boulevard did not go west of 47. It was just a T intersection, and there was no development on the west side of 47. So we were able to get, not a grant, but funds from the federal government that paid half of it, and we issued bonds for the other half, and that's when we put into place the sales tax, the non-home rule sales tax to help pay that bond down.
So basically what you're saying is that we issued general obligation bonds.
Yep.
To put in infrastructure.
Yep.
That we're all paying for development that never happened.
No, we have the development.
What's
You
the
wouldn't have
development?
Culver's, Dunkin' Donuts.
Those
the
developed with sales
apartments.
tax agreements.
Yeah.
Well, that's another incentive. That wasn't because of the TIF district, it's because you
Right.
created sales tax
Are
incentives.
those in the TIF?
No.
No.
They're not even in the TIF.
I know, but that was
None of the TIF property is developed, Sean.
Right.
It's been sitting vacant for 15 years.
Right, and
Is
we've
that what you
declared.
want to happen here?
We've declared the surplus and distributed that funds.
Yeah, but can you imagine what it could have been?
No, I can't.
Yeah, I know you can't, because you don't have that vision. And that's what we're trying
No,
to do here.
We had the vision, and it was in place, and then you had a developer come to put in the gas station and the other developments, and.
A year ago.
It was a couple years ago.
No, we were part of that. You weren't on the board.
Right, and I don't know why the TIF money wasn't used to get
Because
that
the money
developed.
wasn't in the fund, and it had to be generated out of the development they created, and the developer couldn't make the project go, and it had off-site improvements that needed to be done that were so expensive that that developer couldn't make that project go, even with the TIF incentive. And it wasn't here's your money when you do the development. It had to be done off of the increment they generated. If they don't have the money in the capital that a good developer has because they have a pocketbook, they can't put the infrastructure improvements in to get reimbursed out of the development that they create. And that is the difference here.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't follow, but okay.
Fundamentally different.
Right now, we have two TIFs, right? So we have, and are they together, maybe the size of this TIF? The two TIFs that we have existing are not the size, come close to the size of this TIF, correct?
Heidi, at the July meeting at the library, we didn't put it on this agenda. We're bringing it forward because it's a lot of additional items, but it'll be on our next agenda, is the idea to terminate TIF 1, whether or not this TIF goes or not. TIF 1 needs to be terminated, and that base, that tax base, comes back on the tax rolls, that it's dispersed to everyone. So it's not an if or, we have as a community this size too many acres under a TIF district.
Right.
And it is proven that that TIF district is not spurring development in that area. There are two projects, I would say, two areas that need to go in that TIF 1 area. My understanding, Kathy, is that we can use the increment and earmark that increment under resolution or by resolution for projects, and then we can terminate that TIF district. So I don't know if you can clarify that.
Yes, which is a good procedure. Put aside what you know you need to meet your obligations, and then terminate the TIF, because then the property would be eligible for tax levies of all the other taxing districts.
President Cohen, could you explain the number of acres? That was my question earlier, but so.
I know Matt and I looked that up. I think there's 2,000 acres roughly today.
Yeah, so I'm looking at the TIF 1 development plan when it was approved in 2000, and this report's from 11, it was approved in 12. TIF 1 has 1,800 acres within TIF 1's boundaries.
So is there a maximum number of acres that can be in TIFs? No.
No.
But why would we discontinue?
Because it's not helping the other taxing bodies that we're concerned about, all our the school board.
Okay. You brought up the number of acres, so that's why.
I brought up the number of acres that I just believe that we have too many acres of TIF district.
Okay.
And I would like to terminate, I would ask this board to terminate TIF 1 with the exception of earmarking dollars by resolution for a couple of projects that we are aware of.
Okay.
Okay. We have about 25 minutes or so maybe we should tackle the one item that I think might be a little bit less time-consuming, which is the subdivision. So who's got that? Danny?
I'm sorry, can I ask a question? Are we still, based on the agenda, where are we at with regard to eligibility? Are we satisfied that it's eligible?
I certainly am not.
I am not.
Or is that something we need to discuss more, or something we need to just kind of ponder?
That's up for you all to discuss, and if you're happy you want to discuss it further, we can.
Well, I don't want to just kind of skip over some of the stuff that we need to talk about.
Okay.
I mean, so what are the elements that we have to basically establish and agree with, and do we? I guess that's, so what are, I mean, I know we've got the but-for test, and to me, the report seems to indicate, based on the return they would get that they need under the TIF, that satisfies the but-for test. At least that's the intent of that. So we've got subdivision, right? What are the other ones we have to satisfy?
I don't know. I'm sorry, I don't understand the question. With the ordinance, we determine that but for the TIF, it wouldn't develop, and here you have how many years, 2002, 22 years, that the property hasn't developed because of the incremental cost. You have to find that the proposed development does conform to the overall comprehensive plan of the village, which it does, or it will, because it's all new annexed property, that it's a contiguous, that the parcels being included in the TIF are contiguous, and I think that's very obvious. What else?
The area is blighted. I think that's the question that folks have objected to, that it meets the blight standards in the TIF Act.
So
And that is
why
the-
do you think it does?
The engineering study says that runoff from the study area contributes to flooding in the watershed. That's the standard in the law, one of the standards in the law for vacant land. And as long as the property is subdivided, that cures the farming concern, which is real. And then you can have a vacant land TIF, and the vacant land TIF is because runoff contributes to flooding. So that's the short of it. And then there's the other required findings and tests that you mentioned and Kathy mentioned about but-for and contiguity and conformance to the village's plans. But and then you have to have a plan that conforms to the rules in the TIF Act. So you have to have a budget, you have to have a future land use plan. All those components are in the plan that is drafted. So it's a compliant document in our view. But the board makes the final, draws the conclusions and makes the vote and makes, draws that conclusion with those ordinances, is my understanding.
When you say the plan, do you mean the redevelopment?
I do. I'm sorry for
agreement?
not being clear
Okay.
about that. The redevelopment plan, the eligibility study and redevelopment plan, that document that we prepared, we believe conforms to all the requirements in the TIF Act. And if the board agrees, then they can vote yes on those three ordinances. Essentially, if they believe no, then they vote no, obviously. Okay.
What comments,
Go, sorry.
I'm just curious, what comments do you have, we had some public comments on another firm not believing that it was TIF eligible. And there were emails from when Brent Eichelberger was village administrator. What comments do you have on that? Like, how would one firm come up with it and one firm, or an administrator that previously worked for the village have conversations about going after someone that's more aggressive?
Yeah, I don't know anything about the conversations, I guess. Well, and I can't speak for anybody else, but I would say if somebody called me and asked me, people have done it. They say, is my study area eligible before we've even been hired, basically? And I say, I don't know. That is always the answer to the question. I don't know until I've done my homework. So that's how we like to do it. We take a question, we do the research, and we draw what we believe are reasonable conclusions. That's how we would have approached it when when we engaged on this project. That's always, our starting place is, we don't know yet, and we have to do the work. And if the facts come back one way, we have a yes, and if facts come back another way, we have a no. If the fact, and sometimes we adjust the boundaries when the facts come back. And this is a, kind of pretty similar land, but sometimes there's parcels that fall out in the course of our homework. So that's how we like to do our job, is to just inquire, hold the site up against the TIF Act and the facts, and draw conclusions. So I can't speak to how anybody else does it or what they read on emails.
And would you consider yourself more aggressive of a firm?
I don't. I think
Or just generally average, like?
I don't know how anybody else does the job. I feel like if I'm going to stand up in front of you and all these people and lawyers and financial people, and we've got to believe what we write is true and consistent with the law, and we always do. And we talk internally to make sure we're all comfortable, and ultimately I take ownership as the project director for those conclusions, and I'm very comfortable with those conclusions. I'm 100% comfortable with those conclusions. We don't take it lightly, and we don't just rip little memos off. We do our homework, and then we write a letter that we feel strongly about.
I asked the other trustees if you guys have read the TIF Act.
I have.
I know you have. I encourage you to read the TIF Act, and that is how I went line through it, and that's how I figured out what the intent is and what our obligation as a municipality is to decide whether or not it meets the intent. And when I printed it out and I read it and I realized that this is not blighted per the intent, and it's our obligation to do our due diligence and to read it. Part of it is, is it found and declared that in order to promote and protect the health, safety, morals, and welfare of the public, that the blighted conditions need to be eradicated and conservation measures instituted? It's not that kind of blighted. It's just underdeveloped. I question if it needs so much infrastructure because of its poor soils, which is a whole nother issue. Why didn't they go after that for the TIF? I question that because the soils report indicates you can't build a lot of stuff on there. You have to be very careful with it. But that was not gone after. It was gone after the whole reason, which is like a loophole. Hey, any farmland that is uphill from, for the watershed, which is huge, it's automatically blighted. But that's not what the blighted should be for. Blighted is something that needs to be fixed.
And I guess I would say to that the statute is drafted the way it's drafted. It allows, it wouldn't reference farming if it didn't allow it on farming. And the point, though, from the report is that it contributes to downstream flooding. And the whole, what we have to do as a part of this is help control that release, follow the stormwater ordinance, and we have to help alleviate some of that.
So when I read this, I immediately had a meeting with EEI to I had to ask for the report because their entire qualification is based off of that report, and it's just a short memo that says yes, it contributes to the Blackberry Creek watershed flooding. I asked them, and I asked them in an open meeting too, does that basically just mean it's uphill? And it is. All of that farmland property would meet that. All of our farmland property is not blighted. When they talk about the health and welfare and the safety and the morals in the act, the intent is like a gravel pit that's been abandoned or inner city areas that are, falling apart. That's what I take as the intent of this. If it's farmland that is constantly flooding areas that are, causing homes damages or something, that's blighted. This doesn't seem to be blighted at all. This is farmland. And I believe we have to find, and I'm quoting, within the intent of the act, that it's reasonably distributed throughout the vacant land and part of the redevelopment project. We have to find it according to the intent. And I think, when I first looked up TIFs, I found a pro-TIF article, I found a anti-TIF article, I found a neutral TIF article. But what I have found also is that TIFs have been abused, particularly in the Midwest. And we have to be very cautious. It's a very powerful tool, but we have to be cautious in how we use it. And I am relying on what they presented, and what they presented was one item. And one item that it's stuck on, and that it's blighted because all of our vacant farmland would fit into that thing, into the qualifications. And I don't see it, and I think we have to be very cautious with this. Yes, I want development. I don't like paying this high of property taxes. We need a way to have commercial and industrial and residential in a more even way. But we owe it to all of the community, not just our residents of Sugar Grove, to do our due diligence, read what the intent is, and see is there a better way. If they come back and say, hey, our soil is terrible, or we actually are flooding and causing damage, I'm willing to look at that. But what was presented to me, it doesn't meet blighted. It's not blighted land.
I love you. And I went back and got the Moran study, and I forget when that was done, but in Exhibit C, it shows a floodplain, and it shows a 0.2% annual chance of flood hazard, and it's very limited, and most of the flood hazard is in the wetlands area or in the northwest quadrant of the development where CV and I-88 meet. So chance of the rest of the development area, but that's not in the TIF. This is the TIF
No,
area.
it's not in the TIF, but that flooding that's contributed by the TIF property.
Well, you could argue it is, but there's a lot of tributary outside the TIF that's going to contribute to that flooding.
I think that's the point of it, is that there's a lot of different things that contribute to this. They would not have made a category for this if they didn't intend for it to be covered. I guess that's my point.
I would say that if you mitigate the flooding in the TIF area, it's not going to prevent the flooding in the rest.
You're not talking about mitigating the flooding in the TIF area. You're talking about using the TIF area to mitigate downstream flooding by controlling the runoff from the TIF area.
Yeah.
It's on the prior report. It's got a.
But it doesn't flood in the TIF
Yeah.
per se.
It doesn't have to flood in the TIF. The property just has to contribute to flooding elsewhere.
So are we going, so every piece of property that's uphill, that's farmland, because it doesn't have the detention or retention ponds, I get those two confused, that it's going to go downhill, because according to their report, their entire property would have been contributing, except for the I-88 portion, which had to have some mitigation.
Which already had the mitigation done to it.
Right. So I don't see it as, if you want to say, hey, the creek floods or something, then I could see maybe looking at a TIF for just that portion. But that's
I think where the confusion comes in, is that we're not saying that they're not saying that this property floods, that it's blighted because it floods. It all has to do with the property downstream off the TIF property having flooding, and whether or not this contributes to it. So that if we control the runoff from this property, this will flood less. And then based on Effie Moran's report, there's flooding on the other side of 47, that this having stormwater control, instead of just sheer runoff, will help alleviate some of that. Now, your comment about everything being able to qualify may be so.
Yeah.
That could be, very well be.
And just because everything qualifies, I think you need to draw a line. So this is basically saying, we want a development, and this is a way we can do an incentive for them. It's not blighted. It's not, I am very concerned about the amount of asphalt and such that would be going in this area, and how that would affect the flooding and a lot of other environmental issues. But on the whole qualification of the TIF, I do not see it as blighted, and I don't think the intent was every piece of farmland that is uphill in Illinois would qualify as blighted.
It depends on if there's downstream flooding from it.
I have a question about that. What's the definition of downstream flooding in this scenario? Is it water over roads? Is it soggy banks on a creek? What is the definition of flooding downstream?
I'm reading the EEI memo. It says that there's flooding in the Blackberry Creek watershed, and I don't know. I know that that's where this water ends up.
Where's it at?
So, basically, it's a conversation. There's a collective problem of water going down hills into Blackberry Creek, and that floods. And I think there's a FEMA map attached, so that's the federal boundary of the floodplain, there's an area of that floods, and that, essentially, if you can do something to, this is an inference, but if you can do something to start to push that flooding problem down, like right now, and that would be the stormwater management on site, I'm making this up, this is my interpretation of why this is in here, then you are making the downstream
Excuse
world
me.
a better place.
Let the
Because you're
board discuss
mitigating
it.
downstream flooding by reducing the total area that contributes. In farmland, water runs off farmland into the rivers, it's true. So but it's the Blackberry Creek flood, there's flooding in that watershed, I don't know more than that.
Is that a question for EEI then?
Sure, if you want more detail than that, you'd have to ask them. That's the sentence in their memo that we understood and made sense to us.
Okay.
So this brings to mind some of the area that is Angelina, where, is it Hankus? Angelina and Hankus, is that Hankus there?
Barnes?
No, east of that. What's that whole subdivision that's?
Oh, Cherry Hill.
Cherry Hill. Yeah, I mean, Cherry Hill has suffered terribly from flooding, and it's in the Blackberry Creek watershed. And so the intent is to take this property and control the runoff like the tollway did, so that it doesn't contribute to that flooding downstream. And the answer to your question is yes, anything upstream of that could qualify. And so the question is, as a policy statement, do we say we want this to qualify so that we can use the TIF money to entice development at the same time? You know, because we paid I don't know how much for an interchange with the intent that we develop around it. But for having the TIF funds, we're not going to be able to do that. And it was just a benefit. I mean, it doesn't benefit a lot of the residents of Sugar Grove. It benefits more people up in Elburn than it does us. But the interchange, I think, certainly does.
If I could briefly speak to the EEI study and your question, Trustee Heron, if you don't mind. I did speak with Michelle about this at length, and the study that they were asked to do was specific to the TIF Act and the downstream flooding, and does this property meet that? They were not asked to study how much flooding, where the flooding is at specifically, but whether or not it fits the act. It would have to be a much more in-depth study than what was asked for to meet. It's very well spelled out in the memo, and I've talked to her about it a few times. The act doesn't say it has to be a certain amount of water or a certain area. It's very specific in saying that the area contributes to downstream flooding. So while we can bring her in to answer questions, there was limited in what the study was for, and there's limits on it itself. So she wouldn't be able to say that this area causes flooding exactly here downstream, because it's not part of it doesn't need to say that in order to meet the qualification. And we didn't ask to go above and beyond any of that in the study that was commissioned. But it doesn't mean we will absolutely invite Michelle on September 3rd, ask all the questions you like. I just did want to bring that up specifically, that any additional details would be difficult to get from that study than what's already in the study.
Do we have any additional questions?
No, absolutely.
Yeah, the only thing that it's the financing part of it, but as far as qualifications, if we want to go down that road, Scott can absolutely ask her to come on Thursday. But do we have any financing questions relative to the RDA while you have Matt here that you would like to ask?
There's no possible way because of statute to get more money for the school district? Because I understand that this is going to put a countdown timer, and eventually there are going to be a lot of tax dollars for the school district.
Yeah.
But right now, the school district is struggling, and they do need tax dollars for high school, for facilities, for a lot of things. And there are some residents that have contacted me that are ready to move. Their kids are getting into high school. They're looking at better facilities, field houses, football fields, baseball fields. Like we don't have a baseball or softball field in the entire Canelan School District with lights. So no such thing as night games. there's a lot of, and that's not necessarily Crown's responsibility to pay for the school district's needs, but the school district has a lot of needs, and to see all these millions of dollars in an account, it's a struggle because they do need those dollars. They need some dollars now. And with the way that the TIFs work, you get to see all this development, but there's no benefit to the kids, essentially. So there's, I guess, no creative ways, there's hands are tied, nothing we can do, there's no more money for
A school could qualify under the third category, that if, as a direct result of these projects, increase in their number of students takes them beyond comfortable capacity of their structures, they might qualify there as well as their annual payment. And the other thing is later in the TIF is when it is available, like you have in TIF 1, is the declaration of surplus. And that's of tremendous benefits to the school district. The other thing that I don't know is state funding. And the fact that the development would not be available to the school could also allow it to maintain the level of state funding. I have seen problems where the development comes on board, and so whatever the district is, the state funding portion tanks because of the increase in its tax base. That might happen, but it would be 23 years here. I agree with you. But the idea is they would still, just because they get the annual mandatory payment, they still would be eligible for capital costs. Still eligible for the capital costs as a direct result of the projects.
I think the hard part is we want to get the school more money. I think everybody agrees with that, right? It is a difficult decision because you do nothing, we're in the same boat. This is a product of a long-range problem that we've had of not having substantial growth in our community. I don't know how the school, it's not my realm, but how the school is funded relative to a lack of enrollment and what the state funding portion looks like when you're losing enrollment, because that is what's happening in our school district. What would certainly happen is if you add additional students, and I don't know what that number is, so I don't know if you know it, Kathy, or if anybody else here knows it, but if that number is dropping in enrollment and they're losing funding through the state, new development can bring that back up where they're getting additional funding from the state. I'm not even just talking about a TIF district area, in just general, when you're raising and you're developing and you're getting, because even in Elburn, when you talk to the school district or you talk to Elburn officials, the area that is in and around the train station is not developing, or it's not developing with children. They're finding a lot of folks that are moving to that area are not producing school-age children. So even though there's new development, it's the youth that it's not producing. So it's a longer systemic problem.
That is a big problem. The loss of students in a school district not only reduces the funding, it reduces curriculum, the ability to provide different curriculum, the demands of direct curriculum, the competition, the ability to have an adequate sports program, because fewer people, you have limitations on your talents. So the loss of students in a school district is something, if this TIF could address, could be of benefit other than the tax dollars.
And what happens when you have a growing community is you have other projects that are coming and growing along with it. I know that there are some residential developments that are in the works, nothing that is in front of the Plan Commission as of yet, but things that we know that are coming And we're hopeful that there's residential growth there, and that would help the school district and help the other taxing bodies. But again, you're developing in that residential school base, or that housing school base, right, or tax base. This is a project that is being considered by this board. There's definitely been good discussion as far as the TIF is concerned and qualifications of that. I think that we bring it back on Thursday. We have more insightful conversation. If any trustee has specific questions that you want to direct to staff, or specifically Matt, with him not being here, I would encourage you to do so. But this is one project. I appreciate, all of you being here, and we're, as we discuss and go through this, because there are other things that it contributes to within our village that is also coming out in this process. But we should continue this until Thursday, and like I said, ask those questions, because I know that Waubonsee does close at midnight, and we said we would wrap it up at 11:30. So if I can get a motion to recess until Thursday, August 22nd at 6 p.m., back in this room, and we will resume the meeting at number 13 on agenda item C. We'll resume it as a discussion, item 13, discussion to item C. If I can get that motion.
As stated.
Second.
All right, I have a first out of trustee Shomas and a second out of trustee Heron. Roll call, please, Tracy.
Trustee Shomas?
Aye.
Trustee Heron?
Aye.
Trustee Michaels?
Aye.
Trustee White?
Aye.
Trustee Lundy.
Aye.
Trustee Bonnie?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion adjourned.